All right, committee, we're going to bring the second day of the Governmental Ethics Reform and Campaign Finance Law Committee to order. Our first conferees, I believe, are up online. Mr. Brad Smith and David Keegan. Can y'all hear me online? I think we can hear you too. So whenever you're ready.
Okay, I can hear you. And can I share my screen for the presentation?
You should be able to, sir.
Okay. Okay, hopefully you can see that.
We can see it.
Great. Well, my name's David Keating. I'm president of the Institute for Free Speech. And we really appreciate your holding this two-day meeting. We think it's a great thing that you're looking at these laws very carefully. So I commend the committee and the legislature for agreeing to do this. As you can see, our mission is to defend the First Amendment, the free speech rights under that First Amendment, and we specialize in defending political speech rights. We published last year an index on free speech where we rated each of the 50 states. The Wall Street Journal noted it in an editorial. What we looked at was how regulations and laws treat political committees, grassroots advocacy, independent expenditures, etc. And Kansas, unfortunately, earned a disappointing 65% score. That was better than many states, but clearly with a few minor adjustments, Kansas could raise its score somewhere between 83 and 96%, which would be one of the best scores in the country. I did want to provide some perspective on some of the recommendations we heard yesterday from Mark Skoglund. If the legislature and the governor were to adopt those, I estimate the Kansas score would fall to 49% or perhaps lower, depending on the details. So here I'm going to turn it over to Brad so he can outline some of the best practices for free speech and campaign finance and lobbying laws. Brad?
All right. Okay. Well, thank you, David. And again, I thank you, members of the committee, for inviting us to testify before you this morning. Just to add a couple points, I would note that score that David noted that Kansas has now does put Kansas in the bottom half in the country. And just by way of further introduction myself, for those of you who don't know, I am a professor at Capital University in Columbus and founded the Institute for Free Speech. But I also have been, it may be worth noting, I've written a number of books on the subject of campaign finance. I've been cited as one of the 10 most cited scholars in the country in election law. I've been cited in Supreme Court opinions on the topic, and I've served as chairman of the Federal Election Commission. So I've been at this from the enforcement angle as well and seen what's at stake there. We believe that there are a number of sort of general principles that we urge states to follow, and we hope that you will allow these principles to guide you. The first may seem obvious, but that is to follow the U.S. Constitution. And while it may seem obvious, we often find ourselves surprised by how much legislators, perhaps elsewhere, have kind of ignored that. A couple of the main things that the Supreme Court has consistently referenced is the need to have clarity in campaign finance law because of the sensitive nature of this, that it affects directly political speech rights, and also that it has the potential to affect the elections directly in a partisan manner. So clear definitions help to alleviate some of those problems of partisanship, but even more importantly, allow people to know what they can say and what they cannot say, and also tend to cabin the law so that it doesn't begin to infringe on First Amendment rights. Kansas generally does this well with its definitions of express advocacy contributions, expenditures, not so well with its definitions of political committees in particular. And again, we'll have some specific suggestions on that as we go along. Now, the other key thing to keep in mind from a constitutional perspective, of course, is that the Supreme Court has long said that the only real purpose of limits is preventing quid pro quo corruption or its appearance. And oftentimes that kind of gets lost. People begin to say they don't like something, they think it's a bad idea. Uh, and those, they think it's not fair, it's not equal. Uh, those may be valid policy arguments, but they don't get around the core constitutional issue, which is, again, because we're working in an area of the First Amendment, we have narrow interests that are sufficient to overcome those First Amendment interests, and that is essentially preventing quid pro quo corruption or its appearance. So with more specific principles, we would suggest first, or I guess second, after following the Constitution, is that you should try to simplify. Simplicity is good. The registration, disclaimer, grassroots, or reporting thresholds should try to avoid regulating and suffocating true grassroots activity. It's very easy to lose track of this, those who work in politics and they get used to this and so on. But for most citizens, this is a very, very intimidating law. It's something I noticed when I was serving at the Federal Election Commission, and I would hear from citizens directly and get letters from them. I remember an accountant saying, I was an accountant. I thought for sure I could handle being a treasurer for a campaign committee. And this is the most difficult thing I ever had to do. And I was scared every single moment that I did it. I remember a dentist talking about having to work on these matters from his home on Easter Sunday in order to comply with certain FEC investigations that was going on, and for which he was, by the way, ultimately found not liable. I remember, a school teacher writing, I've always taught my kids, high school civics teacher, that we had the best democracy in the world and so on. He says, but after being involved with these campaign finance regulations and trying to fight the regulators, he says, my lesson is I will never be involved in politics again. And you have to be sure that that's the kind of lesson that he then began imparting to his students as well. So simplification is generally good. And sometimes we should need to go back and think about whether we need certain rules at all. For example, I'm not going to suggest today that you should get rid of all of your contribution limits. I'll leave that up to you. I do think they should definitely be raised. But I would just point out that Kansas didn't have contribution limits until the 1980s. How did Kansas do? How were your politics then compared to your politics today? Do you think your politics today are more civil? Do you think they're less corrupt? Do you think that just generally things are going a lot better in Kansas than they were back then? And you could say that nationally as well. It's only really in the last 50 years that we've had this big experiment with trying to regulate this activity. And I think if you really stop and think about it, and if you review the social science literature, it's very hard to put a finger on any real concrete benefits that we have gotten from most of this regulation. So that should caution us that maybe we believe that we should have some, but we should be very cautious about letting it creep out and how far we want to expand it. We should really demand to say, it's not like we don't have a track record anymore. It's not like we're looking at a new area and thinking, gee, we don't like the influence of money. Maybe we could limit it. Now we've seen what has happened with 50 years of trying to limit it. And I think we can draw from that and ask ourselves whether or not we've gained anything or whether or not the effort has just been spinning our wheels and maybe making it in certain cases worse. So again, simple disclaimers for compliance, simple rules about what constitutes a PAC, clear rules about independent expenditures are all very good ideas. The third point we note is that as a principle is that excessive disclosure can harm political speech. Now, there's often a sort of a broad sense that it's just disclosure. I've even heard one congressman some years ago talk about a bill saying, we're not going to regulate anybody, it's just disclosure. But of course, regulation or disclosure is a form of regulation. Presumably people can be punished for not doing it correctly. And disclosure is often some of the most difficult parts of the law for citizens, particularly small grassroots campaigns and so on, to comply with. It's relatively easy to tell them your campaign can't take more than $2,000 from an individual or whatever. That's pretty easy to get your head around. Knowing what you have to disclose, knowing if you're a civic group, whether you're a speech in which you praise a legislator for his actions to get some local funding or something like that, constitutes a campaign contribution or not. So this is really tough. Especially over the years, we've had very low disclosure thresholds. Many states have donor thresholds that are down in single digits, and it's just very hard to figure out how this does anything to prevent corruption or really provide any meaningful information to voters. In fact, I think to the extent one believes that disclosure is necessary to know who are the major contributors to campaigns, having lots and lots of small donors included in the database makes it much more cumbersome, more difficult to use. It makes it less likely that a normal citizen who should actually decide to use this database can find the information that is useful to them. So we urge states to seriously think about what are the disclosure thresholds. At what point do you really need to know that someone has contributed to a campaign? I sometimes say to people, think about this experiment. What would you think if I just told you the government's going to create a database of your political activity so they can track, who you're talking to and what kind of views you have and keep tabs on you? And people get very upset about that notion. But to a certain extent, that's what a campaign finance disclosure database is. That's exactly what it is, at least a way that it can be used. So again, we need to think seriously about, even if there are benefits for larger donors and so on, do we really need to be rolling in all kinds of small donors? Would be much better to raise those thresholds and raise them substantially. We also note that disclosure can mislead the public and create risk of harassment. Um, and I think that's definitely true. We have what we call junk disclosure, especially when we come to disclosure by groups that are not political committees. We often hear a lot about dark money these days. We have to know who are the real donors and so on. And so we want to tie people in and say, if you belong to a civic group or a trade association or something like that, and it spends a small amount of money on politics, we then need to know who gave to that group. Again, I just urge you to think cautiously about that. For example, if we look at who are some of the largest dark money quote donors, and dark money, of course, is a term with no real legal definition or anything, but to the extent that they show up, that these are used by groups that promote this activity or this kind of regulation, they themselves identify as leading quote dark money groups such as the National Association of Realtors, the American Bankers Association, the American Academy of Ophthalmology. I don't think that the public is puzzled by who these groups are. I don't think that the public sees an expenditure by the American Bankers Association and finds themselves scratching their heads saying, who is really behind this? What is their real agenda? I think most people in the public can figure out that they're probably doing something that's pro-banking, and it's probably funded by people in the banking industry. It's not really that hard. And when we then begin to insist on disclosing all the donors to these groups, the individual donors, it may be misleading. For example, the American Bankers Association, to use that example, or the National Realtors Association of Realtors, may decide they're going to spend a little bit of money supporting a particular candidate, and they do. Okay, they will have many members who don't agree with the decision to support that candidate because of their different partisan leanings. We join groups like that for their overall impact. We join them because they're our professional association. We don't necessarily agree with everything they do. And so we need to really ask ourselves, is it informative to the public, or actually is it misleading to the public if we say, well, this speech that appears to have been paid for by the American Ophthalmology Association or Academy of Ophthalmologists was actually paid for by Dr. So-and-so, who in fact had no support for the candidate, did not make a decision on the money. We need to remember that when somebody gives money, makes a contribution to a group, it's no longer their money. Somebody else is now making the decision about what to do with it. So again, I'm not suggesting that we want to abolish, we meaning us, you and us, our society, all disclosure, but I think we need to think really seriously about what needs to be disclosed and whether the benefits are worth the cost. So we believe that generally speaking, especially when we're talking about non-political committees, the only thing that should be disclosed are contributions earmarked for campaign speech. Now, fourth provision or fourth principle is we think that we need to pay attention to political parties. Political parties play an important role in our system. Generally, they're ameliorating interests. They bring together a whole bunch of ideas and interests that people have, and they try to balance those off. And thus, they should not be treated in an inferior position to single interest groups or to individual candidates. We want parties to kind of, balance. Gee, our party gains a little bit with this issue, but if we adopt that, we'll lose a little bit with this crew. That's what really politics is all about, and the role that political parties have historically played. Benefiting parties can also benefit the system generally. I'm going to use an example, and I don't mean to be controversial here, but it's just because it's in the news and it's present. So recently at the federal level, Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida has been very prominent. And he's been fundraising like crazy, and he has tons and tons of money. Now, Matt Gaetz represents one of the safest Republican districts in the entire country. It will be very hard for any Republican to lose that race. But because the system doesn't treat political parties as having any special role, he can raise that tons of money. And what's he going to use it for? It's pretty well known that most people think he's going to use it to run for governor of Florida later. That's what he's actually going to use it for. If, on the other hand, the funding were more oriented toward political parties would say, look, that's a Republican seat. We're going to go talk to voters in swing states. We're going to talk to voters elsewhere. We're going to try to expand our reach into new areas if you're the Republican Party, and so you'd be looking at that kind of thing. I think that political parties, that's just one example of the way in which funding political parties can probably improve our politics and make our politics work a little better, rather than having them be sort of second fiddle to single interest groups or even to individual candidates. A fifth principle we urge is indexing. We think fixed dollar amounts should be indexed at just about every opportunity. This includes contribution limits. It includes disclosure thresholds. It includes the threshold for deciding when a group becomes a political action committee. If you're not indexing for inflation, your law is essentially changing every year, and it's changing in a way in which the effective result will be more and more small-time grassroots activity will be sucked into the system and required to report. And this is the kind of activity that most presses on, again, that actual original grassroots activity, and that probably has the least to do with preventing corruption or the appearance of corruption. So index. The majority of states index now. Kansas does not. And we think you should put that automatically into your law. Another area that people often want to get to is grassroots activity, grassroots advocacy. There's an effort to constantly regulate what organizations are saying. So if Planned Parenthood, which is, by the way, a so-called, quote, dark money group, because nobody knows what Planned Parenthood's all about, or the NRA, another, quote, dark money group, because again, who knows what the NRA is all about? I presume that the reason the NRA spends money is they want to pass the Green New Deal or something, right? I mean, we know what these groups do. But when these groups engage in grassroots activity, there's a desire to say, we need to know, again, who's really funding it. The answer is, no, we probably don't, just using those examples. We know who's funding it. The NRA, Planned Parenthood is funding it. But going beyond that even, note that, again, there's no real anti-corruption interest when it comes to funding grassroots advocacy, because there's not really candidates involved at that particular moment, particularly if we talk about ballot issues and so on, local petitions. But citizens have a right to band together to advocate for their causes. It's not necessarily up to the government to be tracking them. There's not any real corruption because no money is going to candidates directly. And we should be very careful about trying to overly regulate grassroots activity. Moving on, one thing Kansas does quite well, we think, is require bipartisan enforcement. This really is crucial for credibility in the organization, in the enforcement of the laws. And Kansas is quite good on that, so I won't say much more about it, except for as you consider reforms, be cautious that you don't kind of destroy that bipartisan requirement. You've got a 9-member commission, you need 6 votes to go forward, and no more than 5 people from one party. So you have to have at least some small measure of bipartisanship. And I think that that's absolutely necessary to the credibility of the enforcement effort. I know at the Federal Election Commission, which is structured somewhat similarly in a way that you have to have some measure of bipartisan support, that was always crucial, because the first thing someone accused of violating the law says is this is just a partisan witch hunt. And by requiring that bipartisanship, I think it really makes sure that the law is not being abused to try to go after one party or the other. Okay, so moving on to a few specifics, I'm going to address a few, and then I'll turn things back over to David to address some of the others. But some of the constitutional flaws that we see in the system. One, which I briefly alluded to earlier, is the definition of PAC and a threshold for a PAC. Kansas has no dollar threshold for a registration requirement. So essentially, people are PACs as soon as 2 or 3 people get together and start spending any kind of money. And this is, again, not helpful when you have very small efforts. But note that I think it also has ultimately broader ramifications. I see that, for example, in my home state of Ohio, where we also have a very, very low dollar threshold for PACs. If I remember right, I think it's $10 or something like that. And the result is that in small, low-level races, local races, county races and township and things like that, village and small cities, is that the candidates often just say, it's not worth having a committee support me. Or citizens in town say, it's not worth us forming an organization to try to promote our political beliefs. They'll just get somebody who's got some money, or the candidate himself, to spend the small amounts, the $4,000 or $5,000 or $8,000 or $500 that they want to spend, right? And at that point, we're undercutting the most basic fundamental building blocks of democracy, where people start to get together at a low level with people they know, people who are their neighbors, and they work together. And they're getting together with people with whom they may not agree on a lot of other subjects, but they agree on the subject that they want to promote through their organization that they're forming, or they agree that this candidate for a local government office is the best candidate, maybe because they know the person, and they know the person is a person of ability and judgment. And when we undercut that original working at the most basic level, I think we undercut, we as people then move up through the system, we find that they've never really had that fundamental practice of working at that level. It would be sort of like if we took 6-year-olds and started them off in 9th grade and said, well, okay, 6-year-olds, this is the stuff you really need to know. And it doesn't work that way. You've got to build. And these very low thresholds for registering a committee tend to undercut that, because the regulatory burdens are more than it's worth to people. And so they just don't do it. And we don't start people at the appropriate level. And then we end up with the kind of embittered politics we have today, where folks aren't used to the idea that part of the whole purpose of having a legislature is to compromise, to figure out, how do we blend all these different interests in our society and come up with a system that is generally best for all, recognizing it can't be perfect, maybe for anybody, but probably can't be perfect for all, for sure. So I think that's something that's often overlooked when we talk about that. Another problem with the Kansas PAC definition is that there is no major purpose standard, or I better put, it is a major purpose standard. The Supreme Court had talked about the major purpose, that in other words, an organization should only be treated as a PAC with all the reporting burdens that requires if it has the major purpose of electing candidates to office. It sounds like a little difference, a major purpose versus the major purpose, but I saw this at the Federal Election Commission. People would talk about this. What is a major purpose? How many major purposes can a group have? It takes away that clarity and that definiteness that an organization needs, and that indeed the enforcers need, if they're not to be tempted by, have the partisan temptation to go after your enemies, but not your friends, and that sort of thing. So we strongly recommend that you comport with the more specific language of the Supreme Court opinion in Buckley, which is the major purpose. And so why does this organization exist? If you take a typical organization, a trade association, the Chamber of Commerce or something, they don't exist for the purpose of electing candidates to office. They may form a PAC that works under them that exists for that purpose, but the broad organization doesn't, and probably shouldn't be lumped in as potentially a PAC and have to worry about that. And especially if you take it down to smaller groups, can't afford to hire lawyers and so on, they're going to have a tough time with that kind of definition. The other question is, then you have to know what constitutes a major purpose, or again, the major purpose. Kansas sweeps in volunteer activities, which I think is not a good idea. We don't want to discourage volunteer activities. And Again, a major purpose, who knows what it means? I would suggest that the law define the major purpose as being that the organization is devoting half of its resources or more to the directly to the election or defeat of candidates through express advocacy or contributions directly to candidates and political parties. The Let's see. I think we've suggested in our written statement and exhibit a way that you might write a good definition. This is modeled on one adopted by the Arizona Citizen Clean Elections Commission, and it might be something that would be a good example for Kansas to look at. Another constitutional flaw is the low donor disclosure for independent expenditures by non-PACs, and what exactly non-PACs have to disclose. What are, again, non-PACs? Non-PACs are groups that do not have a major purpose or the major purpose of influencing elections, but occasionally will want to dabble in that. So these are groups like controversial groups like Planned Parenthood and the NRA, but also, again, trade associations like the Academy of American Ophthalmologists, the American Cancer Society, the, again, National Association of Realtors, these kinds of groups that might be engaged, and occasionally will spend some money directly to support a candidate for office. But more often, they're just working to advance their interest on an issue front, talking to citizens and their members about issues and legislation that would be important, why it would be good for the state, why it would be valuable. We believe that the best practices here would require only disclosure from these types of groups of contributions to them that are earmarked for their independent expenditures. If somebody just gives them money generally, that person should not be disclosed. As I talked about earlier, we find that that's sort of a form of junk disclosure. It's likely to confuse the public. It's likely to make the databases less valuable. And there is always that danger of sort of, cancel culture that we're going to get at somebody there that would not be good. Again, we suggest a change to the law that would a specific language, and you can see it there in our presentation and have it to refer to, that we believe would solve some of these problems on clarity. I do just want to note again, I really want to emphasize this because there's so often this view that disclosure is just cost-free, and it's not really cost-free. Again, people lose their jobs, and even people who don't mind themselves being disclosed. We see more and more episodes, for example, where business leaders and managers in a company are afraid to get involved politically because it will be taken out in the form of a boycott on the company, even though they're acting as individuals. And they've got to worry they may be tough enough to take it. They can take the heat. They're not worried about cancel culture, but they may have to worry about other employees who work for them. And I could point you to specific examples if you want in the question time. I'd be happy to do that and talk about examples where people have literally had to leave their businesses, leave family businesses, because they didn't want to risk the jobs of all the employees there who were being, the restaurant or business was being boycotted simply because the owner had made a small personal contribution or a relative of the owner had made a personal contribution. So we need to really look at that, to really say to people, what's more important to you? Is it the issues or is it just the personalities? Do you just want to go after people who you disagree with? And unfortunately, disclosure more and more we see has that effect. So let's raise those thresholds, get smaller donors out of the system, make the remaining donor base more informative, easier for the public to use. By getting something, raising that amount. Kansas is at $50. It's one of the lowest in the country, and really needs to be raised. Those are some of the key constitutional concerns. I have a couple more, but you're probably getting tired of my voice, so I'm going to turn it back over to David to talk a little bit about some other enforcement problems.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. So thank you, Brad, and thank you for moving the slides for us, Trevor. So we heard a lot about this yesterday, using enforcement to provide guidance. I think this is really important that we try to clarify the laws. We heard a lot of themes about that yesterday. So I'll not try to repeat that here, but if we could go to the next slide, please. I want to make sure everyone is aware of in the Supreme Court decision, Federal Election Commission versus Wisconsin Right to Life, the Supreme Court said, in a debatable case, the tie is resolved in favor of protecting speech. Now, what I've seen, and I'm not going to comment about how Kansas, the Ethics Commission enforces the law there. I don't feel I have enough experience with that, although I did watch the Overland Park, I would call fiasco. But in many other states, and indeed often at the federal level with the Federal Election Commission, the problem that I see, that we see, is that regulators frequently take the most speech restrictive interpretation of the law. And I don't think that was the intention of the Congress or in many of the state legislatures. They had one thing in mind, but the law could be read maybe several different ways. And if the regulator is taking the most speech restrictive way to do this, then you're using an enforcement process, often against an underfunded speaker or grassroots speaker that would find it a real burden to resolve this, either in court or before the commission. We heard yesterday from Eddie Grime. He said the typical rates for a campaign finance attorney is $300 to $800 per hour. We also heard that the process is the punishment. I hate that term because the punishment is often meted out for people who've done nothing wrong. All they've done is speak. They've been accused of something. They're hauled up before some, commission or bureau in some other state, and they have to spend maybe tens of thousands of dollars on lawyers. So I think a principle is we should not be using the enforcement process as a general rule to give clarity. If we see that there's a problem, then we should go to the legislature, ask the legislature to clarify the law, or use the administrative powers with a rulemaking and comment process. Next slide, please. Now, here we have a particular recommendation that no one has adopted this yet, but I think it's worth considering, which is the legislature could spell out in the statute a presumption for speech. And I'm just going to read it here. The commission shall use the most reasonable reading of the law in any enforcement action. To the extent a law is vague or ambiguous, the least speech restrictive interpretation should prevail. Now, this is pretty much what the Supreme Court has been saying, that the tie goes to the speaker. Next slide, please. I'm not going to repeat a lot of what we heard yesterday. I think there was a consensus that the coordination law needs work. I will say this, there was some discussion of adopting the FEC regulation. I want to give you some fair warning about this. The FEC regulation is not the easiest thing to read, even though campaign finance attorneys understand it. So it's not going to be that accessible to your, typical smaller committee or maybe grassroots organization. You're also, as Eddie Grime pointed out yesterday, the federal law is significantly different in some speech that's regulated than in Kansas. We think the Kansas approach is far superior. And if you try to adapt the FEC regulation, you're going to need to go and adapt or account for those changes. Now, in our written statement, we provided basically a one-page sort of plain English definition of coordination, and we would encourage you to look at that instead of trying to shoehorn the FEC regulation into Kansas law. We wrote it trying to make it take as many of the concepts as possible from the federal regulation and essentially make it work for Kansas. Next slide, please. You can skip to the next one. We'll skip that. Brad spoke about the need for indexing. I wanted to say a couple things about that. We think everything that's a fixed dollar amount in the campaign finance and lobbying laws should be indexed. So thresholds for registration, reporting of donors, as well as contribution limits. Now, I heard Mark Skoglund yesterday say, well, you'll get all kinds of oddball amounts. Well, the fact is, there are a lot of states already indexing. The federal government indexes the contribution limits for political parties and candidates, and it's pretty easy. At the federal level, they just do it every cycle for the House of Representatives. They round off the contribution limit to the nearest $100. So it doesn't have to be this oddball amount, and it works very well at the federal level. So I think indexing you would find probably works well here. You have very short sessions. You don't need to necessarily be going back every few years to say, well, how much inflation has there been? Just give it to the Ethics Commission to look at the inflation rate and adjust everything. Next slide, please. We spoke about this earlier, or Brad did, but Kansas has, we think you should just repeal the grassroots advocacy reporting requirement in the lobbying law. If you don't want to do that, at a minimum, there are two changes we think you should make. One is, right now, there's not even a requirement that a specific bill be referenced in this grassroots advocacy. And I remember New York has a similar, I think, silly requirement. And this woman who had been raped a number of years ago was really upset that New York statute of limitations on rape, or I might be getting the details wrong, but basically it's something similar to this. The statute of limitations is wrong. So what she did is she put up a few billboards outside Albany, which is the capital in New York, and the equivalent of the Ethics Commission there went after her for just advocating in general that the statute of limitations should be longer on, a certain crime. She didn't reference any bill or anything. It was just someone who was upset, decided to spend, whatever a billboard costs near Albany. So we think you should at least require that specific legislation be referenced, and that the threshold of $1,000, I don't know when that was chosen, but it's too low, especially for grassroots groups. We think $25,000 or as high as you're willing to put it would be better. Next slide, please. The other thing that the FEC did a number of years ago, I think it's over 20 years ago at this point, is the internet's great. I mean, people can post on Facebook and on Twitter or X or YouTube and things like that, or they set up a blog, right? And what we were finding is that these bloggers were wondering, well, am I becoming a PAC if I'm doing express advocacy? Well, I think people recognize that the, regular media can go endorse candidates. There's an exemption for them to endorse candidates in the newspaper. So if people have a blog or they want to endorse candidates on their Facebook page or something, or if they have a group and the group has a Facebook page, the FEC said, well, this is kind of silly. And this is the rationale that the FCC put. So next slide, please. So here's how the FEC handled it. You can just read the language there, but basically the way the FEC handled it is if you pay the social media platform or another website to carry your message, whether it's promoting a post on Facebook or something like that, or promoting your page, or putting a banner ad on another person's page, if you're paying for that, it's subject to regulation. But if you're just doing it on your own YouTube upload, your own Facebook posts, Twitter posts, your own website, it's exempt. And that was another thing in the Overland Park case. The Ethics Commission was looking, well, how much is that web page worth? Who knows? I mean, it just seems like this is something that cries out to do to me. Next slide, please. Well, Brad already spoke about this pretty much. I think we can just go to the next slide. And Brad, I'll turn over contribution limits to you, but I do want to point out, we heard a lot yesterday that Kansas has below average contribution limits. We did a report in 2018 on this. The overall rank for Kansas was 31. We gave it a D plus compared to other states. So we think there's certainly room for modifications. And I was pleased to hear the governor's council indicate some flexibility on that point as well. So Brad, back to you.
Okay, well, thank you, David. And we'll try to wrap up here. I would just note on the internet exception, it would seem an odd rule indeed that would leave the Washington Post and the New York Times to have internet pages that are unregulated, but some little citizens group outside of Wichita can't do that. They have to register as a PAC and so on when they create an internet site. But let's move on. I want to finish up, if we go to the next slide, by just raising one issue that was brought up yesterday, and this is this question of what constitutes an expenditure. I want to note that contrary to what is in the written statement of the executive director, it is simply not true that you must say one of the things listed in section H1 there, which is up on the board, in order to count as express advocacy. If you even read the opening paragraph, it makes very clear the last three words of that are, or four words are, but not limited to these phrases. Of course, you can use all kinds of phrases. And for years, there's been this effort to create this red herring argument that unless you use these quote magic words, you don't get express advocacy. But that's not true. I mean, the word beat is not up there. I think if you say we want to beat somebody, that's express advocacy. Send him packing out of Topeka, that's probably express advocacy. For a better Kansas, let's send John Doe to Topeka in November. That's express advocacy. This isn't really that hard, but note that the boundaries there are still clear. There has to be an express call to electoral advocacy, and that's what the Supreme Court has noted. And that raises with the problems of adding this language from the old FEC Reg 100.22b. I can tell you, and while it's true that regulation is still in the books, the FEC has not enforced that regulation for over 20 years. We have not enforced it since my early time on the commission. And if you can go on to the next slide. The reason we haven't is that basically almost every federal court that has looked at it has said that it's unconstitutional. And beyond that, we've also ultimately felt that it was simply bad policy, that it was, again, a definition with no boundaries, allowed you to do almost anything. If we were to go over to the next slide, we'll see some of just a few of the questions raised by another FEC commissioner who served a couple years after I did. What does proximity to a general election mean? What is, looking at it as a whole? What external factors can you look at? And all of this is contrary to the fundamental guidance of the Supreme Court. We go to the next page. In Buckley, the court specifically said, look, it's got to be express advocacy, or it's got to be something that's earmarked to go to a candidate before it's reported, or something coming from a political committee. But if it's something coming from a group that's not a political committee and it's not earmarked, it's not reportable. And it's worth noting that the law at that time, the Federal Election Campaign Act language, still on the books, says anything relative to a candidate has to be reported. The Supreme Court said, no, you can't do that. You can't blanket virtually everything anybody says in American politics with potential liability under the Federal Election Campaign Act. So express advocacy is a standard. It's not that hard to enforce. As the Supreme Court emphasized some years later in Wisconsin right to life case, here we have some of the language up, you can't have this kind of free-ranging test where we're just kind of thinking, well, what do they really mean? What do we think they're really trying to do? You can't have something where a group has to go to a lawyer first and get a lawyer's best guess as to what the enforcement agency would do if it came up. This is really important. Adopting the 100.22b test out of the federal regs would be a huge mistake. And again, I would point out it's not used by the federal government, hasn't been used in over 2 decades by the federal government. Before that, when the federal government tried to use it, it was repeatedly slapped down in the federal courts. And there is not a single other state in the country that is using that regulation. So that's just sort of our closing point to emphasize is that as much as anything is not the way to go. And we've gone on, we've given you, I hope, a lot to think about, and we are available to take any questions in our remaining time. And thank you very much for your attention, and again, for inviting the two of us to be here.
All right, committee, any questions? Or first, we've got Senator Corzine.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you talk to us about, I'm curious about who your top 5 funders are and who funds your organization.
It's none of your business. I'll tell you that flat out. I mean, we do not disclose who our funders are. I will tell you we get virtually no funding. It's been historically less than 1% coming from, for-profit corporations. That's not where it comes from. But the question is, how does that affect your analysis of what we've done? My qualifications, David's qualifications, and we know what we've told you. And I would just tell you, we're not a stalking horse for anybody. I wish we were. We'd have a lot more money. But that's not how we play the game, and I don't think that should influence your opinion today.
I mean, I hate to say that I think it does, because it goes down to, you're presenting basically what I consider, and I don't mean this in a pejorative sense, but a very extreme version of how we should regulate campaign finance. Basically, donor limits are bad, regulating PACs is bad, regulating contributions to parties is bad, disclosure is bad. I mean, what you're presenting is in my book, kind of the fringe of the fringe of the fringe of First Amendment principles. And so I think it's relevant for me to kind of take in what you're saying to understand who is funding you. I assume it's a bunch of groups. Without you telling me, I'm going to assume that it's a bunch of groups who basically want to donate large amounts to political campaigns and not have to disclose who they are because they want to influence the political process and they don't want the public to know that they're doing it. That's my assumption. And if you don't want to tell me differently, that's kind of how I'm going to view it. And it very much does color my testimony because I think you've presented basically a really extreme right-wing view of how to look at these things. And it's hard to give much credibility to really anything you said without knowing who's behind you and who's cutting the checks that are paying your salary. And I think that undermines your point on disclosure more broadly. So I just really give very little credibility to most of what you've put forward today, especially without your ability to talk to us about who's funding you. So I'm personally, it does affect me, and I'm giving very little weight to anything you guys have said today. But that's just me. But thank you.
Well, that's
Brad,
fair.
Brad, can I jump in here?
Yeah.
Look, some of the contributors are public because they have to disclose their grants. So the largest contributor, at least last year, was the SCAFE Foundation, and we have other grants from other grant-making foundations, and those are public. I don't have, off the top of my head, what they are, but that's basically, we get most of our funding from grant-making foundations and donor-advised funds in general.
And
The second thing
are
is,
those generally always on the right? Like the SCAFE Foundation? Are they all on the political right?
I'll let you make the judgment of, where they are. I would also note that
I don't know
Common
who they
Cause
are.
is-
How can I make the
Common Cause-
judgment? How can I
Senator,
make the
let's-
judgment
Senator,
if I don't know who
let's
they
I
are?
would like to cut this off.
Let's
if I
let them
could.
answer the question, please.
If I would cut this off, Representative, you're free to make whatever judgments you want. And I think this is one of the things that we emphasize is that if you're sitting there watching an ad as a typical voter and you're saying, boy, who's really behind this Institute for Free Speech, and you don't want to give us any credibility, that's fine. If your mind is closed that way, that's good. We think that the public should focus on ideas and they should listen to these ideas. And we have people who, for a wide variety of reasons, people do not want to have their names made public. Some people don't want to do it for religious reasons. Some people don't want to be simply hassled by other donors asking for money. Some people do worry about their businesses being boycotted, which again affects not only them, but it affects their employees. It may affect other shareholders and people like that. I would also, by the way, reject your idea of your characterization of our testimony. We have not said that all disclosure is bad. We have not said that all contribution limits are bad. We have not said that all political party limits are bad. We have suggested that they should be looked at very carefully and that very often they are not achieving much. And people need to seriously stop and think and say, we've got in Kansas, you've got over 40 years of experience with this. What concrete benefits can you point to? And we've tried to explain why there are particular problems with some of these things. So if your response is, well, I don't really care about the merits of the issue, I just want to know who's funding you, that's good. You're the elected official. You get to go out to your electorate and you get to defend your views on that matter. And that's great. I can live with that. And I would hope that the rest of the committee is willing to think about the merits of what we've said and to think about the merits of the issue and whether it makes sense or not on that basis. And I leave that to each member of the committee.
Well, if I can, and I'll wrap up, I just think this is sort of the difference between living in right-wing think tank world and living in the real world, because I think it would be a shame for this committee to spend all this time on this issue and go back to our constituents and say that we've identified the problem in Kansas is that there's too much transparency, there's too much disclosure, that there's, I think that would be a real disservice. I've not yet met a constituent who said that the problem with the Kansas legislature is you're too transparent, you have too much disclosure, you have too much visibility into what's going on. So for us to say that that would be the conclusion of this committee, I just think would be a real shame. And I think, again, that's the difference when you're operating in sort of think tank world versus when you have to actually deal with real people on a real basis. We saw the statistics yesterday about distrust in government, fear of money in politics, fear of large corporations having too much influence. I think that is much more compelling than anything that's been presented this morning. So thank you.
Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I say this not on this day, but I say this probably once a week since I've been in the legislature. I count it a great privilege to hear almost every aspect and every perspective of an issue by being in a committee. This committee experience is the groundwork for us presenting what we hear. And we can withhold presenting anything we hear because we don't give it credence. But if we don't hear it, we have no credence to give it, nor disregard to give it. We are a public service to the state of Kansas. I find it a great privilege to hear things that I think are maybe off the wall, but I at least get to hear them and I get to measure them against what maybe I think. And I appreciate being able to be a part of this committee and every committee I'm on in the House. And because of that, we're able to present just a little bit better perspective to the rest of the body and the Senate when we are done with our deliberations, and we can say, hey, we did our best, and I wouldn't disregard anything that's said here, regardless of what I thought of it. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it very much, and I appreciate the testimony. And to dovetail on the representative's comments, I think one thing that was brought up in the testimony was that some people are fearful of donating because of the contributions. I can think of businesses that I'm very aware of, national businesses, who are being attacked for their advocate of one type of ideology or another. And that's not just between the Democrat and Republican parties. I can think of factions within our conservative side of things where you've got the anti-Trumpers versus the pro-Trump, and people are scared of taking sides in that. Mike Lindell, for example, the Blaze TV, for example. If you say something wrong, it's a big problem. And I would like to have one of the examples on business owners that you talked about, either was it Brad or Dave, I might have it wrong, about people who've been boycotted for contributing to a candidate and they own a personal business. I think this is worrisome. And think about this. How many pages in the Federal Register of Regulations? I think it's 83,000, the last I heard. We are not under-regulated at all. So if you could speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, thank you, Senator or Representative. Let me make a couple of examples, quick examples. And first point out that the Supreme Court has long recognized that excessive disclosure can inhibit political debate. This goes back to the NAACP cases in the 1950s when southern state governments had a conscious strategy of trying to expose NAACP donors and members in order to kind of get the organization's support to collapse because people wouldn't want to risk it. Now, of course, we're fortunate that we're not in a society where I think some of the risks are there that were there to NAACP donors at that time. But it shouldn't be beyond anybody's imagination that there could be threats in this society, that organizations such as, just use a couple examples I've mentioned, Planned Parenthood or the NRA or something, could not be subjected to bomb threats, violence at their headquarters. We have many examples of that. But let me give just two examples about specific individuals. So a few years back, a woman named Gigi Brienza made a small contribution. Maybe a lot of people think this is a large contribution, about $500 to a Democratic presidential candidate, and is required under the disclosure laws to list her employer on the form. Well, Not too long after, she was contacted by federal officials who were warning her that her name was now on a hit list by a organization designated as a terrorist organization by the government. It was an extremist animal rights organization, and they put her name up on the web because she worked for a company. She was an accountant. She worked for a company that was that did some work for testing its products on animals, legal work, but ones that, again, this extremist group did not like. Now, this extremist group had actually previously assaulted people with baseball bats outside of a company headquarters whom they didn't like. And so suddenly her name is on this kind of hit list, so to speak. That might be a reason a person wouldn't necessarily want to be disclosed. To more of a boycott example, I'll give you just one. There's a restaurant in California called El Coyote Restaurant. And back, some years ago, for example, when gay marriage was a hot issue, same-sex marriage was a hot issue, a manager at the restaurant contributed $100 to the side favoring a traditional opposite-sex definition of marriage. Now, the restaurant happened to be one that was often patronized by gay customers. She'd had a long, good relationship with them. At one point, she, at her personal expense, had paid to fly out family members for the funeral of one of their gay customers. There's no real evidence that she had great animosity, but she was a believer in traditional marriage. She donated $100. A boycott began, and the business kept losing money. The owners of the business donated several times what she donated. I think it was several $1,000s to pro same-sex marriage causes. The other employees took up a contribution and donated same-sex causes. Did not stop the boycott. Finally, the employee, a woman named Marjorie Christopherson, simply had to leave. She left town so that all the employees wouldn't lose their jobs when the restaurant closed. It's worth noting that was her family restaurant. The owners were her parents or relatives. So that kind of thing happens. Doesn't happen all the time. We're not at that state yet. But that's just one example, and it's a good example because it's the kind of thing that says even if you have the personal, willingness to be disclosed, you sometimes have to worry about other people, and therefore you have to either decide not to voice your opinion, or you have to, put other people's well-being at risk, and that's not necessarily fair. One of the things we often say when it's been raised here, well, we have to have more transparency. The citizens of Kansas don't say we're not transparent enough. Note that nothing that we've suggested would generally get rid of the idea of disclosing donors to political campaigns. But I do think if you ask the citizens of Kansas, I could be wrong, you're probably in tune with them more than I am, but I think if you ask them, do you think we need to know the names of $50 contributors to campaigns? I think most people are going to say, no, that's probably not really that important to knowing who's corrupting the legislature. That's not what they're thinking about when they're thinking about big money and corporate expenses. And that's the kind of thing we've talked about today. And then we've talked about disclosure from groups that, again, aren't giving money specifically to campaigns, and groups that are pretty well known. As we often say, disclosure is for the government. It's not for the people. It's not for the government to kind of be checking up on the people. It's for the people to be checking up on the government. And that may seem unfair when you're in government. I've been in government. You're in elected positions. You have to disclose your donors. I understand all that. But we should keep that core dynamic in our minds, that as public servants, we have certain obligations that the public does not necessarily have. And so, again, when we talk about this, I would not go for sort of a caricature of the position that we've outlined today and then say, and since we don't know who funds you, we just think you're we're not going to pay any attention to you. Our prepared testimony cites, and I could cite as well, a great many academic studies. I've published in referee journals and in the top law reviews in the country and so on. This is not crazy stuff. In fact, much of this is widely acknowledged within the academic literature.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Committee, any other questions? Senator Reichman.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you for your presentation. It opened up some other little areas that, and there's two comments that I liked. One is when you said the Supreme Court in a debatable case, a tie is resolved in favor of protecting speech. I like that, and then the problem is that regulators frankly take the most speech-restrictive view of the law. The other point you mentioned was the idea of indexing. I think it's always good if you do make a law that you have things built in so you don't have to keep on revisiting and whatever. Then the point when you said that let the agency go ahead and round it up or whatever the amount will be. I thought that was a good suggestion too. Anyway, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Representative Howe.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask, on any of these recommendations that you are making to us today for changes that you think we should consider in Kansas law, are there any of them that you feel are promoting a lack of transparency to the voters of the state of Kansas?
I don't think in any meaningful way. There are certain things that, yes, if you think every, $25 contributor needs to be discovered, and we don't think that's right. So if you think that's a lack of transparency, then yes. But our view is that that's not transparency that's useful to the public. And in fact, if anything, it makes it harder for the public to find out who are really the major donors to a campaign. And thus it actually frustrates that purpose of disclosure rather than enhances that purpose of disclosure. So I would say in the ways that we believe are meaningful, we think our proposals do not frustrate transparency, and in fact would improve the system, would make it more readily available to donors to figure out kind of what is actually going on in Kansas politics.
Yeah, I would just add one thing to that, Brad, which is if we set up a system where an organization, say, spends 5% of its budget on express advocacy, but winds up having to disclose effectively all of its donors, what useful information is provided there? What we have recommended is the people that have given money to the organization saying use it for independent expenditures, those are the ones that get disclosed. That provides better information to the public. They're not confused about the situation.
Representative Poskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the committee considers free speech, considers transparency, and what is important for our voters to know and understand as they make decisions about the speech that they hear and that arrives in their mailbox, I can't make this up. This literally came into my mailbox yesterday when I got home, and the first thing I noticed, it's paid for by the 1776 Project Pact, which the founder tweeted in October of 21, the New York founder, F you, we're taking over school boards whether you like it or not. They have endorsed 12 candidates for local school board, the race in the election cycle we're in right now. And one of the attribution parts on here says that Nancy Marks is the treasurer. Is that important? We had discussions about that yesterday. Well, I think it is because their treasurer just pleaded guilty yesterday to a felony count of conspiracy to defraud the United States, working for George Santos as his treasurer. She admitted to falsifying, inflating financial numbers and making numerous false statements in conjunction with Mr. Santos. So I think that the voters that are getting this mail have a right to understand that and evaluate this free speech based on as much information as possible. So I think the committee needs to consider that moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd just add that that's actually not covered in our statute right now because the only school board that's covered in the campaign finance law is the Wichita School Board. So, maybe that's something we need to talk about, unless you're a city of the first class or you're the Wichita School Board, you don't even have to report or disclose in a disclaimer who paid for that mailer.
Right. That's what I'm saying exactly. Thank you.
If I could make a quick remark about that, just generally in the disclaimers, I think you could make a difference in the, Mark Skoglund said we don't need a treasurer yesterday. I would tend to agree with him on that one. But I think you could make a distinction between the types of communication. So if it's on printed material where it's easy to put that information, then you could require it. But if it's on a short radio ad where you have to speak, all this gibberish, then having the name of the group that's registered with the Ethics Commission should be enough. People hear the name, they can check the Ethics Commission and find out who's giving to it, who the treasurers are, and so on and so forth.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Actually, I think of the TV ads with the speed readers and the extremely fine print that you can't see on a 53-inch screen with a magnifying glass. It's kind of a joke. It really is. With regard to your book, on page 99, you talk about coordination regulations, and one of the evaluations that you do is, can using public information constitute coordination? Could you clarify what you mean by that?
David, do you want to address that, or should I?
Sure. Well, we think a best practice is that if an organization that's making an expenditure has based it, I don't know, its decision on making the expenditure on public information, say they heard the candidate on a radio talk show or on TV or a podcast or something, and they use that information as part of their decision making, that shouldn't be something that would constitute coordination.
Would that
This is something that's in the FEC regulation, that public available information is not something that would be deemed a coordination.
And that would include a news report in a newspaper or something talking about something you said, a candidate
Right.
said.
I mean, exactly. I mean, let's say the candidate said something like, I'm short of funds and we haven't been able to do any digital advertising. And then someone decides to start running Facebook ads. You shouldn't be able to go after them because everyone has that same information, including the candidate's opponent. So we don't see how that can constitute coordination, and the Federal Election Commission's regulations say the same thing.
Okay, thanks. That helps. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Underhill.
That's actually a perfect segue. I had a question. Can you touch on the difference between your guys' recommended definition of cooperation and that sort of thing, and why you think it needs to be different than, just adopting the FEC regulation?
Well, I would just begin by saying I was on the FEC when we wrote the FEC regulation, and I was probably the driving force behind writing that regulation. It's complex because I think we were, it's complex for a number of reasons, including, the necessities of political compromise to get a majority to vote for something. That's a problem that you're all well aware of. What we've proposed basically keeps most of those ingredients intact, but simply does so in language that we think is more readily understood now by, again, an ordinary citizen, somebody who's not a full-timer, but who would happen to be, running an organization here in the state, something like that. And I think that particularly is important at the state level. Generally, not always, but by the time people are playing at the federal level, they have sophisticated lawyers and consultants and so on, more often than grassroots groups here in the States, which are, operating on just a smaller playing field, a smaller level. So I think substantively, there's not really any difference, but what we think we've recommended in our written materials would be clearer and easier for voters in the state to understand.
Any other questions, committee? All right, I've got a few.
First of all, thank you very much for being here. The intent of this 2 days, as I said at the beginning, is just to hear all the voices, hear all the perspectives, and, start at first principles. Why are we doing what we're doing? And then dive into the line by line of what our laws are. And so I think that, I appreciate that y'all came here and that you talked about it, because you are one of the louder voices on this topic. We talked a lot yesterday about the legal justification for requiring disclosure of contributions, this idea that the public good in our electorate, knowing that their government isn't bought and paid for by this person or that person, justifies reporting. We have not talked at all in the last 2 days about the legal justification for disclosure of expenditures, especially for candidates, right? Because I'm a candidate, just like everybody in this room's a candidate, and the first thing you do on January 10th is go to the ethics site and see what your opponent's spending money on, so you can decide whether you want to do a billboard or not. I mean, that's what it gets used for. What is the case law or the legal justification for requiring candidates to disclose how they're spending the money?
Well, okay, if we're talking for requiring candidates to disclose how they're spending the money, I think I mean, first, I think it's a good question. But I think the idea is that is something of an anti-corruption measure. That is to say, it allows us to see if the contributions and the expenditures add up. So if the expenditures seem to be excessive, then we want to know, hold it, where's the money coming from? And it may tell us that something is wrong there, that the organization is not being forthright in reporting its donors. And again, we believe in disclosure of donors to candidate campaigns. So I think that's probably the biggest reason, just to kind of keep things together. It may also lead to making sure that candidates aren't spending money in ways that might itself be illegal in some particular way. You've got to account for it. So there's, that's the sort of thing we're looking at. But it's a great question because it's one that you're right, the courts have generally ignored. Let's go back to remembering that, at least at a general sense, there's two key things with disclosure. One is to help citizens see to whom somebody may be beholden in some way, or better put, would be responsive to how they're likely to behave as a legislature. Closely related to that is whether or not, or is to provide voters with some sense of, is there a potential violation of the law here? So that's where we're back to this idea that the expenditures and the contributions add up and explain things. And that we see that in other areas, like one of the advantages of reporting contributions is not just to know who's funding the campaign, but to know if they're in fact reporting all the people who are at the campaign. Seems to be spending far more than it reports taking in. That may be of interest to us as well.
Thank you very much for that answer. You talked at length about how our statute talks about a major purpose versus the major purpose. And your recommendation was this 50% of expenditures threshold. Yesterday, the director of the Governmental Ethics Commission made a very good point, which is, how is he going to know that? How is he going to be able to see inside an organization and see how they're spending their money before they've registered as a PAC and say, oh, you crossed the 50% threshold? Do you have any insights on that?
Yeah, Brad, I can take this, and you can add some things if I miss anything. Most of these organizations are nonprofit, have nonprofit status under the Internal Revenue Code. So there'll be 501c4, which are social welfare groups, better known as advocacy groups, 501c5s, unions, and 501c6 trade associations. All of these groups have to report to the IRS each year on their Form 990, and it shows the total income and total expenditures for the organization. So that is publicly available information. Now, I realize it comes out after the election, but keep in mind also, Kansas has independent expenditure reporting. So if a group is doing independent expenditures, that has to be reported. Our recommendation is that law right now is unclear, and we think it should be clarified so that people that give money to the organization for the independent expenditures, those donors get reported. So during the year when this advocacy is going on, it's not like you'd have to wait to the end of the year before you'd get transparency. You'd get transparency as the independent expenditures are being run. And of course, if a group actually was a PAC, when you saw on the Form 990, for example, that they'd spent more than half their money, well, then that's the point where the process that a punishment is imposed, whatever that might be. Brad, is there anything else you?
Yeah, I'd only emphasize two things. One is, again, this is often overlooked. What we call, for example, dark money is all disclosed. That's how we know, quote, how much of it is spent. You have to name the organization that's spending it. If it's a new organization with no history in the state and it's spending a lot of money, it's a pretty good indicia that that its major purpose is engaging in the political activity. That's what most of its money is going for. Established organizations are also usually pretty easy to follow there. And then as David points out, and I just want to emphasize the ramifications of this, David points out, these things are generally reported to the IRS so you can have the look back. Now, some people say, well, that doesn't do me any good after the election. I just want to emphasize almost all enforcement takes place after the election. That's the nature of how law works. Somebody breaks the law and then enforcement comes, and enforcement always takes time. If somebody breaks the law in your election in June of an election year and a complaint is filed, and then they do some time doing an investigation and they give the party a chance to respond, I think most of us would agree that the accused has a chance to respond. And then we actually have maybe a factual investigation and a hearing. By the time it's resolved, it's going to be after the election. That's one reason in the big picture, I think, why campaign finance laws have generally been so ineffective at doing a lot of what they claim they want to do. So I just want to emphasize that point, that the idea that we won't know till after the election. If somebody's willing to violate the law, we're almost always not going to know until after the election, and there's not really any way around that.
Thank you for that. Representative Neighbor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a couple of questions for you. First of all, when was the Institute for Free Speech put in place?
2005.
Okay. That answers one of my questions, because I think in past years and what we've seen in just society itself is we didn't have the, quote, retaliation against people who said something or made a donation to something. People didn't think that way. And our society has gotten more toward, well, if you say something I don't like, I can ruin your business, I can shoot you, I can do whatever I want to do. That comes under free speech. How have you seen in your development of your company, how have you seen some of those things change from, let's say, the 1990s to, and the rationale for when you started in, I think you said 2005?
Yes.
Can you give me a little insight as to?
Again, most of the evidence ends up becoming kind of anecdotal, but one thing I could just tell you flat out is when we started the organization, I never had anybody tell me, I'm afraid to speak my mind. And I have people now tell me that all the time, including donors to our organization and other people that we meet. They say, I feel like I can't say what I believe. So I do think that it's there. I think that it's there for anybody who looks. And I would go way, way back into the 1950s. Remember the big Red Scare and so on. And in one of the early opinions relating to Hollywood, an opinion called Barsky, related to the Hollywood blacklist and so on, the court upheld a contempt conviction against people who refused to name names of who they associated with, who were the members, and refused to say, who they thought were communist and things like that. So they were held in contempt by Congress and imprisoned, actually. And a court upheld that, saying, look, there's no harm to these people. If there's any harm to them, it's just because basically they're cowards and unwilling to put their name on it. It's not like the state is actually harming them in any particular way. And in dissent, Judge Edgerton wrote something that has stuck with me for a long time, and that ultimately, and I think, thankfully, I think most of us are grateful for this, became the dominant view, which is, don't sensitive people have rights as well? In fact, isn't that mainly who the First Amendment ought to be protecting? People who maybe are a little bit timid? Aren't they people who are likely to have views, at least sometimes, that will be helpful to us in society that we may want to hear. And in fact, in this kind of day and age, maybe they're the people we most want to hear from. The people who go on Facebook and Twitter and make these bold statements. I mean, I'm not sure they're nearly as representative of the American people as the folks who are kind of like, I have views and I hold them pretty strongly, but I just don't want the hassle. I don't want the threats. I don't want the anger directed at me. I don't want to disturb my business relationships or my friendships or ruin my Thanksgiving dinner with my, relatives on the other side of things. And I think that's as much as anything is who we're trying to protect with the First Amendment is we might call them the timid, as the majority did in that long ago opinion in Barsky. So. Just anecdotally, I think Representative, that you're correct on that. I don't know, David, if you have more concrete stuff to add.
Well, the only thing that I would add is that when all these disclosure laws were first enacted in the 1970s, when you wanted to look up the donors to federal candidates, you literally had to go to the Federal Election Commission filing cabinets or microfiche. And today it's all on the internet forever. So if you give a contribution to a candidate, it's going to follow you for 20 years or the rest of your life, really. And sometimes you give a contribution to a candidate and boy, that candidate didn't really turn out too well. And I think some people will worry about being tarred with the association and then probably maybe even a contribution they regret, given how the candidate turned out. So I think it is, I agree with everything Brad said otherwise.
Would you say, though, that when we give a donation or we support somebody, that's been our choice and we've had the ability to do the research, the look back, if we've taken that if we use that motivation, then should we not feel confident in what we did? And the reason I ask that is that if we're just giving to somebody and that's put out there and there's a retaliation, is that because somebody else has a different point of view on that person? We have been, as a society, very quick to judge on what position a certain person has, and you're not good, or you're not in the right party, you're not this or that. And I've seen it more because our local elections are nonpartisan. They are supposed to be nonpartisan. God help us. But even those are under, I want to say, a strong observation right now, because everybody wants it to be one way or the other. And if you support this, it's bad. If you support this, it's good. In one person's view, on the other side, it's the opposite. Does free speech really entitle us, per se, to not be able, that's not how I want to phrase it. Does free speech, it shouldn't be an intimidation. Free speech is for all of us. And we also know that through free speech, we get facts and untruths. And so is free speech itself, should there not be any guidelines as far as not just in elections, but in some other things as far as like the judicial system and things like that, where it is protected just by the nature of the beast?
Well, I'll try to say something about that. One is, it's one reason why we think the donor disclosure threshold should be raised. We think $50 is too low. At the federal level, it's $200. I understand, the state representative races are pretty small affairs, so maybe you have a higher level of disclosure for a gubernatorial's race. Maybe it's, I don't know, I don't want to say an exact number other than $50 is too low. I think we want to encourage people to give money. It helps them be part of the process. I'm sure there are people that don't want their name out there in an internet database forever. I run across many, many donors who don't want to be disclosed. So there's that. The other thing is, and I'm not recommending this, I'm just letting you know, there are some states, I would say Connecticut probably has the strongest law that puts protections in the employment law for employees who have joined organizations or made political contributions and such, or have joined a particular political party. They can't be fired for doing that. For example, some states have done that. I'm not recommending that. I'm just saying some states have decided to do that.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I'll just add that that's a real thing. I mean, the owner of Jimmy's Eggs in Lawrence had to close his business after he made a contribution to Kobach, because Attorney General Kobach's campaign, because vandalism and boycotts and stuff of his business. And it happens on both sides. I don't mean that as a partisan comment, but it happens on both sides. So it is not cost-free to require people to report donations.
Well, and as a society, we've let that happen because it wasn't that way. I'm old enough to know the history that he's talking about. And that was never a thought or a concern at one time. And I think as society has gone along, whether it's because we have more technology, we've got, all the modes of chat boxes and Facebook and all of that kind of thing. And I'm not blaming it on all of that. But with the technology comes challenges. And with those challenges, it's in its infancy, and I don't think we have all the answers.
Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chair. I think at the root before us today and over the last few days with this whole issue and even this last session, one of the things we have to really carefully think through is that we are talking about balancing two principles that I think all of us sitting here today believe in, no matter which party we are elected through, and that is the principles of free speech, which is the First Amendment for a reason, and a belief in government transparency, which I think we all believe in, actually. Also, I think we all agree on both of those things, okay? And how do we balance those two things? And I think something that is important for us to think through here is transparency for the government and transparency for us as candidates. We all, I think every one of us sitting here today as elected officials realize we have kissed our own right to privacy goodbye. I don't know about the rest of you, but my family's had HIPAA violations against us and other things as elected officials. And it doesn't just affect myself, it affects my entire family, the lack of privacy that you give up by serving in this way. It is forcing the citizens of the United States of America and the citizens of Kansas to give up their right to privacy and their right to free speech is something that we should tread very, very carefully as we can debate these principles and where do we draw the line between these two things. Giving up our own privacy is a choice that we make. Forcing them to give up their privacy, I'm not quite so confident that we can just willy-nilly make that call. And I think if we were to talk to our individual constituents and say, which do you value more for yourself, your right to your free speech or your right or transparency in knowing every jot and tittle of every dollar, of every penny that gets donated for every campaign. For when it impacts you and your choice, where do you fall on that? Because I do know, I agree with the former representative. I have had numerous people at the door tell me, I am sorry, I'm going to vote for you. I cannot put a sign in my yard. I cannot put a bumper sticker on my car because I'm afraid my grandchildren will be cut off from me by my kids because of my political beliefs. And that is heartbreaking. This is the United States of America. And we have to value people and each other more than our political viewpoints. So I really appreciate, and I apologize, I know I pontificated a little bit there, but remembering the core debate, I think, is important here, and I really appreciate all the testimony that we've had so far in this committee, because hearing from both sides is very important, and understanding there's always things to be learned from all perspectives.
Representative Berquist.
I'll try to make this really brief. I appreciate the representative's articulation of her feelings about those two issues. Some of the reason why we're in office is to protect people's right to free speech, and also the right to pursue a life of pursuit of happiness, which however that's defined for them. And we intentionally gave up our freedom as representatives or as senators for a purpose, and that was so that we could go and protect others' rights to have that freedom and also have that privacy of life and to have the quality of life. And I used to tear everything off of the corner of the envelope so nobody'd see my name. Then I started printing out thousands of little cards with my name, address, and phone number on it. And I spread it out to the entire world. And my family accepted that, but we shouldn't force that. As the representative said, we shouldn't force that on other people and say, because we give up our freedom in this way, doesn't mean that we should inflict on somebody else that they have to because they've expressed themselves in some way. Free expression, free speech, and the transparency that we hope to, because we do suspect others of not being as honorable as ourselves, you know. So, but that's why I'm glad we're on this committee. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Just one quick point. You go back to the founding of the United States, when the debate over what type of constitution we were going to have was underway. Some of our founders used pseudonyms to advocate, you know, in the Federalist Papers. They wrote under the name Publius. They didn't use their own names. Ben Franklin had the Silence Do-Good letters. So, you know, this is not a new phenomenon, and it doesn't, you know, regulated speech is not necessarily free speech. So I think we do have to tread very lightly about what we do and look at these laws with a jaundiced eye as to how we are having a chilling effect. We have a lot of grassroots people who come up here to the Capitol to advocate for things, and a lot of them are frightened because they've never done this. And for those groups to spend their money just to come up to the Capitol for a day, take a day off from work, is a big deal. You know, it can a tank of gas now can cost you $100 if you drive the gas-sucking vehicle like I do. Does that automatically make them a PAC? I think these limits are too small, and I do think we have to be very cautious about what we do going forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I hate, this has been a great discussion. I hate to get all wonky again, but I've got another policy question for the conferees while we've got them. So you talked at length about the distinction, about, you know, whether we designate an organization as a PAC and how that might discourage grassroots activism. And, you know, I think what's fresh in our minds from this last session is what happened with Fresh Vision OP. they ended up having to spend $25,000 in legal fees to prevail in a question like this. So what is the, I mean, what have other states done to make a definitional distinction in their statutes between those two kinds of activities, and how do the reporting requirements differ for those kind of two distinct types in other states and their statutes?
Well, I can try that take. I mean, first of all, what we've seen is a pretty sad state of affairs at the state level. Most of the laws are pretty bad. I mean, I would point to Wisconsin as probably having the best law at this point. So I really wouldn't look to too many other states. I would say the Federal Election Commission in the last 10 years has taken a much more reasonable view of this. They're the controlling group of commissioners, which right now basically means if they don't, to go ahead with enforcement, you need 4 out of 6 votes. And there are not currently 4 votes, and I don't see it happening anytime soon on the Federal Election Commission with going ahead on enforcement of PAC status, unless a group spends the major portion of its budget on express advocacy. So if you want to look at the federal level, I would say that. On the other hand, that's a more informal view of how the FEC is looking at its own regulations. I also want to point out both the proposal that we suggested based on the Arizona Citizens Clean Election Commission, which is known as a pretty rigorous enforcer among other regulators nationally, I would point out. Both our proposal and the one by the People United for Privacy are quite similar. One thing that we've done is to craft this very carefully so that it only counts program expenditures. So if a group spends 40% of its budget on fundraising, that means that 60% of it is on actually doing stuff. We're saying it's 50% of that 60%, not on the administrative efforts, not on the fundraising expenses, the stuff that it's actually using to perform its mission, advocating for its causes. So I realize I can't point to a lot of other states that do this well, because I don't think many of them do. I would say there are about 12 that do it reasonably well.
I would want to add only that as Representative Howell suggested, and others have suggested either specifically or implicitly, I mean, there is a balancing test here. It's not that disclosure has no value. Disclosure can often have considerable value, but it also does come with cost, and too often these costs are overlooked. What the Supreme Court did way back in Buckley, when they drew that line at either you have to be a political committee, which is a group that has the major purpose of electing candidates, or you have to be expressly advocating for the election or defeat of someone. They said these are the areas where the danger of corruption is greatest and the benefits of disclosure are greater. And in other cases where people are talking about grassroots issues and that sort of thing, the benefits are less and the dangers of corruption are less, where there's not making contributions directly to a candidate. And that's the kind of careful balancing that you're called to do. And it's not an easy task, but I hope that we've given you some help today. And Mr. Chairman, if you could just indulge me for 1 second, I want to say something here, because otherwise I think I'm not going to get it said before you end your meeting. And maybe you all like to hear this. I'm happy to take many more substantive questions if you have them. But I wanted to thank you for the tremendous amount of time you've given us today, and just tell you that I have testified before numerous state legislative bodies. I've testified literally dozens of times before Congress. This is the second time I've been invited to testify before a body of the Kansas State Legislature. I just want to say that the quality of the questioning, the thoughtfulness, the substantiveness of the questioning, as opposed to a lot of just posturing and so on, is really great. It is really a pleasure to appear before a committee that's working this hard on a substantive basis. So I thank all of you on the committee for that.
I second that and congratulate you on what you're doing here.
Well, thank you. Senator Blasey.
Well, I appreciate those comments. I think we're proud to be Kansans. We like to think ourselves as just get down in the dirt and get the work done. I do have a question. in other states, when you mentioned like the citizen in Albany, New York, advocating for statute of limitation extensions, and she was, for just her exercising her right to speech, she was taken on and probably had to hire an attorney and had to spend lots of money personally to defend herself. What remedy do you see in states, like, for example, when people are going out or taken to I guess on a court, it's not really court, but to a bureaucratic body to answer for what they're doing. Is there any remedy for this violation, like paying for attorney fees, or do you see states that have a structure in place to help protect people, and particularly these small grassroots, small everyday Kansans or Americans who are just trying to advocate for something they care about and using free speech?
The only state that I know that provides attorney's fees when there's been an enforcement action and it's the state is found not to be successful is Washington State. Now, on the other side of the coin, if it is successful, then the person who's lost in court has to pay the state's fees. So I wouldn't recommend that. The Washington Public Disclosure Commission is also has a terrible reputation among campaign finance lawyers nationally as being an unreasonable agency. And the law in Washington State is one of the worst in the country in terms of how vague it is. But other than that, I can't think of any other state. I'm not saying there aren't any, but that's the only one that I'm aware of.
Senator Corzine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things we heard yesterday and a quote that's kind of stuck with me for a long time, even before that, was, Supreme Court Justice Louis Brandeis famously said that sunlight is said to be the best of disinfectants. And it sounds like what you're saying is essentially you disagree. You think he got it wrong. You think that the problem with our politics today is that we have too much transparency, too much sunlight, and that we need more darkness and more shade in our politics. Is that correct? I mean, do you think Brandeis essentially got it wrong with that formulation?
Brad, I think you're muted.
I'm sorry. Let me get unmuted. So I just said there, I don't think Brandeis was essentially incorrect. I would just note that too much sunlight leads to sunburn.
I mean, I would just say, I think everything that we've suggested here today tries to strike a balance between transparency, providing accurate information to the public, and protecting citizens' privacy in a reasonable way. Look, I mean, the governor's race was close to a $6 million affair, I believe, for the winning candidate, and $3 or something million for the losing candidate. Sitting here advocating that you should perhaps consider making the threshold higher than $50 to giving to a campaign like that without having it on the internet forever, I don't think is something that is calling for no transparency. And everything else that we've spoken about has tried to strike the balance in a way that, we think would be of interest here. So obviously you're the final deciders on this, and we're happy to be a resource to you.
I mean, I guess what I would just say briefly in response, the average donation to my campaign is $78. And so if we increase that threshold to $100, that would mean that the average donor to my campaign would never be disclosed. And folks would have no idea who's donating to my campaign except the very, very high-end donors, because the average donor wouldn't need to be reported. And for me, at least, I take a lot of pride because I've gotten this question from constituents. They'll ask me, how much money did you get from such and such, or did such and such corporation, or did such and such PAC donate? And for me, I take a lot of pride and I say, here's the amount. And by the way, here's a link to my entire financial disclosure report. You can take a look at it. You can look at everybody who's donated to me, and you can make decisions about whether you think I've been influenced by certain donors. And for me, I mean, to me, that's a great way to answer that question. I've always enjoyed that response and providing constituents with that level of transparency. So that's kind of how I look at the sunlight issue, but I know that folks have different views on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I would just add something about that, which is the law says when you have to report. And, obviously, if it were raised to 75 or 100 or whatever if the legislature decides to raise it. Any individual candidate can report all the donors they like. There are some federal candidates that will donate disclosed donors under $200. I would just suggest that anyone that wants to do that, let the donors know of that, or give them an opportunity to opt out. So I think it's something. And again, the disclosure threshold for a state house race may be different than the governor's race. So we're talking, much lower budget affairs and the tens of thousands of dollars rather than the millions of dollars.
Senator, I'd just point out, what we've heard over 2 days is that the courts recognize that it's an infringement on people's rights to make them disclose publicly that they're contributing money to somebody, but
That's not correct.
No, let me finish my sentence, please. But the compelling interest of making sure that we're not all bought and paid for and that the public knows we're not bought and paid for means that is a reasonable infringement on rights for the trade-off of that public good. And so I don't think that anybody would think that you're bought and paid for by a $100 donation. So what's the compelling interest? I'm not endorsing $100 is what the limit should be. Right now it's $20. Anything over $20 or over has to be reported. And so what's the compelling interest in knowing the names of people who gave you $80?
I mean, to me, those are the average donors. So if you just limit it to very high-end donors, you'd be excluding a huge percentage of people who contribute to my campaign and to the campaigns of most of our state legislative campaigns. And I just find that there is a compelling interest in being able to go to constituents and say, I'm an open book. Here's who's contributing to my campaign. To the extent that's of interest to constituents and to voters. I just struggle to see a downside with I'm open to raising limits, but I hesitate on disclosure because I just don't see much of a downside to being just completely transparent. Here's the money I'm getting, here's the money I'm spending, here's how I voted. I just think the more transparency we have, the better. And again, I think if you went to the average Kansan and said, is the problem with the legislature that it's too transparent or not transparent enough? Most people would say the problem with the legislature is it's not transparent enough. And I just don't buy this argument. I think it's a little bit of a very thin reed that's been presented to this committee, this whole idea that there's going to be all this speech that's stifled and people are going to be afraid to contribute. I mean, I'm sure we could all think of one example here or there, but I have been running for office now for 4 years. I've never had somebody say, I'm not going to give you $51 because I don't want to be on your campaign finance report. I'm sure that example exists, but again, I think that's a really thin reed to hang on, this idea that all of this speech is going to be stifled because somebody doesn't want to be on a state legislator's finance report. I think that's a very rare instance, and I think the reason maybe we've seen it in the news is because it is kind of a man bites dog story. It's so rare, it happens so infrequently, and I think it's far outweighed by the benefit of having disclosure to our constituents and to our voters.
And I'd just say there is a downside, and we just talked about, the owner of Jimmy's Eggs, who no longer has a store in Lawrence because it was publicly disclosed on campaign finance reports that he donated to Attorney General Kobach. So there is a cost, but honorable men can disagree. Any other questions for the committee? Or I'm sorry, for the conferees. All right. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your generously giving of your time and facilitating this conversation. We really appreciate it. So committee, I'd like to take a break. And let's come back in here at 11 o'clock and we'll move to our next topic.
Gentlemen, we're going to continue. Committee, I'd beg the committee's indulgence here. The name of our director of governmental ethics was invoked several times in the last 2 hours, and so I just wanted to give him a few minutes to speak to any of his impressions about this morning's testimony. And if you have questions, we'll do some questions, but I don't want to take up the whole morning with it. But please, welcome back.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to be back up here again today. So I took a lot of notes. I won't go through all of them, I promise, because I'm very aware of the time that the committee still has, a lot of documents still to look through. A couple things I want to focus on about the previous testimony. So there's a lot of discussion early on about how party committees are treated differently under the law. That's talking about a lot of things that happen federally. There are federal laws that treat party committees differently, about soft money, things like that, and BICRA. Those are things that happen in Kansas, though party committees are treated as any other committee, except they get certain exemptions, like they can give unlimited amounts to their candidates in general, for example, things like that. I want to talk a little bit, this has come up a few times, about parties serving as a moderating influence, and I think that it's important for us to think about this. Campaign finance laws generally should not, in my view, be crafted to create certain legislative outcomes. And if we start doing that, we start worrying about, well, what are we actually doing this for? It's not a corruption benefit, that's not an anti-corruption benefit, it's none of that. So if we start looking at things like that, we get concerned. For example, there's actually some pretty good research out there talking about how if you increase disclosure, it decreases the brunt of other people's like negative ads against you, for example. But we didn't talk about that at all. I didn't mention it in my testimony because I don't think that campaign finance law generally should be motivated by what outcomes it creates. It should be motivated by those benefits that accrue to both the public and to the candidates as well. A little bit of discussion on the FEC coordination test about how maybe it's too complicated for Kansas. I don't have their coordination test in front of me, so I don't know exactly what their recommendation is. I'll just note briefly, so in recognition of the committee's time, that the FEC test is more or less crafted to ensure that people can't accidentally trip into coordination. It's a three-pronged test. And if you look at it and you're trying to think, is something a violation that already happened? If you didn't actually go out and intentionally go try to coordinate in a certain activity, you're not going to violate the FEC's coordination test. And it's carved out and spells out a lot of different outcomes because, frankly, there's a lot of different ways people could go out and intentionally try to coordinate. But that's why the FEC test has all those steps, is because, well, those factors exist because people do those things. So that's why it's carved out that way. It looks a little complicated, but when you're talking about candidates, you don't need to know every single step that's in there, because if you're not going out and trying to coordinate, you're not going to fall into those traps. In fact, there's a lot of safe harbor provisions built into the test as well that we could adopt here as well that help shore up any concerns there. Some discussion about the PAC test, and I think this is so when asked about how we would ever know about the percentages, they talked about how PACs are always C4s, C5s. They have this IRS disclosure. That may be true elsewhere. That is never true in Kansas. There might be a C4 that registers as a PAC in Kansas, but we do not see that very often. And certainly we don't see the IRS forms that they file. But these PACs are filed as, if they're filed at all, they're filed as 527s or other groups like that that are not subject to these kind of disclosure requirements that they're talking about. They even admit that there wouldn't be transparency during the election, which is the time that we want transparency for. It's so voters can have that information available to them. And there was a little concern with conflating proper compliance with enforcement. So basically they said, well, if you enforce the law, it always happens after the election. That's true, but that's when someone violates the law. This assumes that if you are following the law, we still wouldn't have compliance until long after the election. Those are different things. That if you comply with the law, there won't be transparency until after the election, and they're conflating that with enforcing the law, you don't have transparency until after the election, which that part is always true. But there's a reason we fine people for that in those 6 situations. The last thing I want to mention very briefly, I think the last thing, I promise. Yep, is that there was a good discussion, I think, about disclosure and chilling speech. The Wood studies that I had brought up in my testimony are worth remembering here. There's one very robust study that analyzed 23 states. People are not less likely to contribute to your campaign because of increased disclosure requirements or because of increased transparency. And that's actually what happens on the ground. That's, like I said, that 23 state study that analyzed those donors. It turns out it's not chilled. And in Seattle, where the only place they do the democracy voucher programs, the only place you can reasonably study this, people were actually more likely to contribute knowing that it was something that was disclosed and public. They wanted their name out there, even perhaps more so, for people who are ideological islands in their neighborhood. So in Seattle, we're talking about typically conservatives in very liberal neighborhoods were actually just as likely to donate as anyone else. And still, more likely to do that than even go vote, which I think is very surprising, but true from that study. So worth remembering a couple of those things as well. So I think that that's more or less what I wanted to briefly cover, but I tried to cover a lot of ground in a very short time so that give as much time for discussion as possible.
Anybody have any questions for Director Skoglund? Okay, stunned silence, that's what I go for.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I also wanted to give some time to, because we talked about the Fresh Vision OP case, I wanted to give a few minutes to their attorney just to talk about anything, his impressions.
So thank you. I'm Josh Nye again. I will be brief, but I do think it's an important policy discussion since Fresh Vision case has been brought up. I know there are a lot of emotions last time. I want to clear all of that out and just isolate the policy issues and questions that you guys should ask. Because the whole idea of a major purpose test or the major purpose test and how it's defined, I think even Mark and I really struggled with this since the close of the Fresh Vision case because we both agreed that at that time that it definitely can be improved. I mentioned yesterday first you heard from Brad Smith today about the difference between a major purpose test and the major purpose. That's a policy question. And the reason I think it's important is because you already have, like it was stated earlier, you already have a separate statute that requires the reporting of independent expenditures by non-PACs. And so most of the time on sophisticated campaign finance level, you have things like segregated funds of C4s that split off their IE and express advocacy activity into a segregated fund, so ne'er the twain shall meet, and you can engage in compliance much more easily. And that's something that I work on planning with even Kansas clients and working with Mark's office to determine, okay, how do we stay on the right side of the law on this? The issue that came up in the Fresh Vision case, though, was that really these types of laws, the people who get caught up in them are the small citizen groups. My clients were a Republican, a Democrat, and a Libertarian who decided to come together to advocate for certain issues in Overland Park, Southern Overland Park, regarding chip and seal of roads and other things, very local type issues. And they combined together. They thought they were forming a C4 to engage in issue advocacy. They actually had engaged in issue advocacy for some time leading up to that, but then they decided to send a mailer. That mailer and then the express advocacy that was on the website then became at issue to say, well, does that provide the basis for determining their entire organization should be reported as a PAC, both IEs and issue advocacy donations? All their donors get described. Do we pierce the veil of this entire organization, or do we just want to say, hey, Fresh Vision, we saw this mailer, under this separate statute, you have to report the IE? And so that's really when we get into the question of the factors to consider of whether the entire organization, think AFP, whether that should be, AFP is never going to be pierce the veil of the entire organization because they have sophisticated campaign finance and corporate planning to say we've got a segregated fund, we're going to do this correctly, we've got a Kansas fund, we've got a Nebraska fund, and that's the way you get around it. It's these small groups that really don't have that sophisticated planning that we've got to look out for. And so the problem with the major purpose test as it exists is it's all in the eye of the beholder. All those 6 factors I listed yesterday in reg are actually very, very subjective. the commission should weigh, these types of things instead of saying a threshold, like Mark said yesterday, or like the Institute for Free Speech said, they think that 50% of the programming dollars should be the threshold to pierce the entire organization. The question I had for Mark, and I don't want to get in a back and forth here necessarily, but I think it's interesting to note that I'm not sure that any major purpose test that you set could avoid the issue that you're going to be, that he would never know, whether it's 50%. He'd never know whether they're a PAC without investigation, without subpoenas. And so that's something to keep in mind, that I think the idea of at the end of the day, whether this organization in a calendar year was actually a PAC or in a general election cycle was a PAC, that's going to be a much bigger analysis. It's going to have to open up all of their books to say, for Mark to be able to come in and say, well, yeah, I think you probably exceeded the threshold, or that the major purpose was this. That's going to be very invasive every single time, and I think that's probably why it's pretty rare that you see major PAC enforcement at the federal and the state level. That does not mean, though, that you don't have transparency on the express advocacy, because there's still a requirement that whoever you are, if you engage in independent expenditures, you have to report those donations that were given for the purpose of IEs. So I would at least caution you to think that one major purpose test or another is going to, thinking that it's going to avoid this whole, like, we've got to look into it after the election. I think any test you set, the enforcement of it is going to require some sort of threshold trigger that Mark has to say, well, there's reasonable suspicion to say, look, guys, I think you spent 80% of your money on independent expenditures. So those are the policy issues that I think that you need to weigh when you get down to writing the actual definition.
Are there any questions for Mr. Nye? So correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe the revisor could speak to this, but or you may know it. There's a $2,000 threshold on an independent expenditures, isn't there, before you have to report if you're a non-PAC?
Non-PAC. No, that was the one statute that I think, at least from Institute for Free Speech's point of view, needs to be improved one way or the other. But they are two separate statutes. We can probably look that up here in just a few minutes.
Because I seem to remember from a campaign issue last campaign, some anonymous Facebook person was, doing express advocacy. And when I made the inquiry, it was if they're spending less than $2,000, it's not reportable.
Not sure.
So
I think it's $100.
We'll have the revisor investigate.
Did I misspeak on anything? No, I'm.
All right.
I want to make sure I didn't misspeak. I'm not trying to mischaracterize. I just.
No, you're good. Okay. Well, thank you. And we're going to go ahead and move on to our next agenda item, which is an overview of ethics commissions in all 50 states. And I'm going to welcome up Elena Rutter and Jillian Block in whatever order they want to come up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Elena Rutter with the Legislative Research Department. Included in your materials, you should have a memo from me called The Overview of Ethics Commissions in All 50 States. It's about 20 pages. I think I'll just do a quick run through of what's in here, and then if you have any questions or would like any specific information, I'm happy to answer questions. So at the beginning on page 1, there's a section called Distribution of Authority, and I think it's important to highlight this. In Kansas, the Kansas Governmental Ethics Commission has authority over what we organized into like 3 different categories of laws. You have ethics, financial disclosures for like your personal financial disclosures, and conflicts of interest. And then another category is campaign finance, and then the third one is lobbying. And so the Ethics Commission has authority over all of those laws, but in other states, as you can see in Appendix A of the memo on page, well, it would be page 10, you can see a breakdown of all the other states, and Kansas is kind of an outlier in having just one agency, one entity that covers all of those areas. I would like to note that the Secretary of State is the public repository for the forms that are filed with the Ethics Commission, and the Attorney General does have some enforcement powers and district attorneys as well. And that's also fairly common in other states to have a different agency or official that has enforcement powers. Starting on page 2 of the memo, I would also like to note that in 9 states, there may be legislative committees specifically about ethics and like regulate the legislative body in terms of their ethics. And those states include Indiana, Maryland, Ohio, Utah, Vermont, and Virginia. And those states both have legislative committees and agencies. And then states with only legislative committees are Alaska, Arizona, and New Hampshire. And then Idaho and Wyoming don't have either an agency or a committee. And so for the rest of this memo, the focus is solely on the first column of Appendix A, the ethics, financial disclosures, conflicts of interest agencies. And so we break down the structure of those, including how many members there are, how they're appointed, what happens in the case of a vacancy, if they have term limits, and then if they have diversity laws, like in Kansas, no more than 5 members of the commission can be of the same political party. There are 13 other states that have a similar law, and that's noted all in Appendix B of the table. So Appendix B has kind of a breakdown of structure. It has the name of the agency, the number of members they have, who appoints them and how many members they appoint, and then the length of their term. On the bottom of page 4, we get into the qualifications and restrictions on members and what kind of activities they can do if they are a member. So in Kansas, to qualify for membership to the Ethics Commission, a person must not have held office of chairperson, vice chairperson, or treasurer of any county, district, or state political party committee. And within 5 years preceding the date of the appointment, a person cannot have been a candidate or holder of any partisan political office. And within 3 years preceding the date of appointment, an individual cannot have been an elected state official, held the office of secretary of any department of state government, been a lobbyist, been an officer or employee who has directly participated in the making of a contract on behalf of a vendor of goods and services in the state of Kansas or for an agency, or provided services under such contract. And then restrictions include, once you are a member, you can't do these things on page 5. Be an individual subject to the Campaign Finance Act, serve as chairperson or treasurer of any candidate or committee subject to the provisions of the State Finance Act, solicit contributions, be a lobbyist, so on the rest of page 5. So similarly, in other states, on page 6, there's some qualifications. And these vary throughout the other 49 states. 2 states require members to be U.S. citizens explicitly in statute. 14 require members to be a resident citizen or elector in the state. And then 16 states, including Kansas, have restrictions on certain partisan involvement, like listed before in Kansas statute. And some states like Georgia and Kansas do limit that to a certain time frame. Georgia's is within 5 years of being appointed. And then also some other qualifications specifically laid out in statutes in other states include at least 1 member should be a current legislator, and those are in New York, Virginia, and Washington. Some states require at least 1 member to be a former legislator or a former legislator or former judge or former elected official. 3 states require at least 1 member to be a former executive branch employee or other government employee, or to have experience holding government office or employment generally is the requirement in Illinois. 3 states require at least 1 member to be a licensed attorney in the state. In Vermont and Virginia, some of their members are appointed from certain organizations. In Vermont, one of those is the League of Women Voters of Vermont. So one member of their commission is a member of the League of Women Voters of Vermont. 4 states require at least one member to be a public member or a citizen at large. And then the last 2 categories are one member should be part of a minority party or an independent voter. And then there's also demographic representation. So Alabama, Arkansas, and Tennessee require at least one member to be of a minority race. Arkansas and Tennessee require at least one member to be a woman. And then there's also some more general demographic representation, like in New Mexico, South Carolina, and Tennessee, they just require appointing authorities to consider their state's demographics, which can include race, gender, culture, and geographic location within the state, among other factors. Nevada limits the number of residents who can be from the same county, and West Virginia requires at least one member to be from a rural area. So those are just a variety of the qualifications that other states have on certain members of their ethics commissions. And then at the bottom of page 7, there's also restrictions. So like Kansas, a total of 28 states limit the number of members who may be affiliated with the same political party. And that is generally limited to half or a simple majority. So in Kansas, it's 5 of the 9. In Nevada, it's no more than 4 of the 8. And in Florida, it's also no more than 5 of the 9. Some states are more limited. Colorado prohibits no more than 2 of its 5 members from being affiliated with the same political party. And New Mexico limits the number to 3 of its 7 members. There's also some restrictions on political activity, like in Kansas. 31 states restrict members from participating in certain political activities, like holding office, being a lobbyist, campaigning for office, serving as head of an agency. And Tennessee also extends that prohibition to your immediate family members. 11 states prohibit members from being a public or government employee while serving on the commission. And then on page 9, there is some other restrictions that are limited to just a couple states. Like Louisiana prohibits members of the Board of Ethics from serving at the same time on any other board or commission where membership is appointed in whole or in part by the governor. So if the governor has any appointees on a different commission, you can serve on both the Board of Ethics in Louisiana and the other commission. And then Connecticut and New Mexico prohibit a member from representing, accepting employment, or otherwise providing services to a respondent for 1 year following the member's service on the commission. And I think those are some of the highlights for those restrictions. And then Appendix A, like I said, is every state's list out the agencies that have authority over the 3 areas, and then also includes if they have specific agencies or officials that are involved in enforcement. And then Appendix B is, again, the structure of each of those. And if you are looking at the PDF version or the one online, you can click the links for the names and it'll bring you to that agency's website so you can learn more about them there too. And I would be happy to take questions.
Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Elena and staff. Appreciate this resource. The exclusions that are mentioned in most of these states, do they have to do with only if those positions were either run for or served in those states, or anywhere at all? Like if you served in public office within a certain amount of time, was that only in that particular state, or was it mostly anywhere at all?
I will have to double check, but I believe that most of the states did have a time frame that they looked at for when someone would not be eligible to be a member, or after membership when they would be able to like run for office or be a registered lobbyist or something like that. I'll double check though.
And I guess I probably didn't clarify myself enough. That did it have to be that they could not run for or be in office in like say the state of Kansas or anywhere at all? If they had served in Wisconsin and then moved to Kansas, could they, are those time limits still in place as far as your history of what you've done?
Off the top of my head, I think it's limited to the state that you would be a member of the commission for, but I will double check on that.
All right. Thank you, Rick.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Elena. A couple quick questions. I noticed all the different things, different ways states handle this. Are any of the states where they have a legislative committee as part of the oversight or the full oversight, are any of those full-time legislature? I'm not sure if any state has a full-time legislature, or if there is, does that legislative body handle that? I'm just curious, or in some of those states, they have something equivalent to our LCC, if there were an oversight committee that did that full-time.
Thank you, Senator Thompson, for the question. I'll have to double check on that. I'm not sure about what their legislative sessions are like in these states, but I'll get back to you on those.
Okay, and then one other question. I know our Ethics Commission is partially fee-funded, and I think this was part of the discussion yesterday. I may have misheard.
I believe Senate Bill, or House Substitute for Senate Bill 208 removed the fee funding so that there would be no perception that there was an incentive to impose fines.
That was my question, and I don't think we've covered that yet, so that answers that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think in Kansas, we have some type of prohibition on, is it county officers, or I think if you're a county chairman or something. Do other states have a lifetime ban on serving on the commission?
Mr. Chair, Senator Blasey, I'll have to double check if it's a lifetime ban. I know were a few that limited like Georgia to a certain period of time. I'll have to double check on those 16 states to make sure.
And if I may follow up, and then of the members, the political members who are appointing like the president of the Senate or the Speaker of the House or minority members, are they required to appoint their same party? Or I guess I'll just leave it at that. Are they required to appoint the same party they are a member of?
I do not recall seeing that they have to appoint someone of the same party as them. In some states, they just have to appoint someone who is qualified. So if they have, like if they are a registered lobbyist in most states, then they wouldn't be allowed to be a member. And then some of the political party limits in most states is just like whole committee-wise. You can't have more than a certain number of the members.
And I think that's what Kansas is, if I recall, because the president of the Senate, when I worked for that office, there was all the Republican spots were filled by other members who actually weren't Republicans, and therefore we couldn't appoint a Republican. He had to appoint a Democrat. And so I think that's kind of strange and problematic. Thank you.
Any other questions on this subject? So I probably should have prefaced this discussion with this, but I want to make it clear now. So the final report to come out of this committee, I don't anticipate that we're going to get a consensus and we're going to like have draft legislation as an appendix to our committee report. Really, what I hope that comes out of this is capturing all the different subjects and all the different debates that we had, and you know, kind of the different perspectives on these questions. Now, if you know, at the end of the day today, if you know, somebody feels strongly that, you know, I think we all agree that we should, I'm just using this as an example, we should adopt the FEC standard for what coordination means. And everybody in the room like says, yeah, we definitely need to endorse that. And that's the consensus, then I'll include those recommendations in the report, but that is not the objective here. The objective is that we just review what we're doing, what other states are doing in each of these areas, and have
a conversation about, you know, what we think of those. So with that, are there any observations on this topic of construction of the commission or restrictions on commissioners or any of the things that Elena's just covered that anybody would like to discuss? Representative Underhill.
Just flipping through the table at the end, I noticed that Kansas has 2-year limit on their terms, but most are 4 or longer. So I just thought that we should take that into consideration and maybe get Mark's opinion on, you know, the continuity of the board or turnover of the board.
And I definitely take Senator Blasey's point. We get into this situation where, you know, Republicans have to appoint Democrats in order to make up the correct proportioning of parties. And I think there's value in keeping, you know, keeping representation of both parties on there proportional, but we're going to have to figure out if there's not a way we can thread that needle. Mr. Vice Chairman. Just one quick observation I found kind of interesting, unique. Only 2 states require them to be U.S. citizens. On an ethics commission that's supposed to look at constitutional issues, I think that's something we might consider adding to ours. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So maybe it was so obvious they didn't include it in the law, but you're right. You make a great point. Yeah. Any other thoughts? Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, Jill Shelley, Research. If I may, I can have an answer to Senator Thompson's question about which of those were full-time legislatures. According to NCSL, of those listed at the top of page 2, Utah and Alaska are listed as full-time legislatures.
And I noted that Alaska was one of those using a legislative council, I think, for ethics.
Correct, and Ohio is one with both legislative committees and ethics agencies or officials.
Okay, thank you, Jill. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any other thoughts before we move on to history of the Governmental Ethics Commission? Representative Berquist.
Just want a comment again on the intense amount of work that this took to tabulate this handout. Thank you so much.
I would echo that. We've got some heroes sitting here around the table. This is really, really great work. Any other observations, questions, comments? All right, I'll move on to Ms. Jillian Block. Are you working off this green handout that was put on our desk?
Yes, I will be reading from the green handout that appeared on your seats over the break. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. As the chair said, I am Jillian Block with Legislative Research. The intent with this memo is to answer the overall arching question of how did we get to where we are with our Ethics Commission? Where did they start and what was the path along the way to our 11-member commission we have now? So starting back in 1970, we had the Committee on Governmental Ethics. You can see all of the details more specifically in this memo, as well as which bills did what. For my presentation, I'm not going to read that to you. And so this first committee was made up of 5 members, 2 of whom were appointed by the governor, 1 by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, 1 by President Pro Tem of the Senate, and 1 by the Speaker of the House. At that time, none of them could be a public officer or employee. The members served 4-year terms that were staggered, and any person who requested and received an advisory opinion an advisory opinion requested from the committee and acted in accordance with the opinion's provisions was presumed to have complied with the general conflict of interest law. That phrase still exists in statute, but has been moved to the Campaign Finance Act. So when this Committee on Governmental Ethics was established, this was to interpret and apply the conflicts of interest law specifically. It is not until 1974 that we changed to the Governmental Ethics Commission, and then we specifically start taking into account the Campaign Finance Act that you'll find under the next heading. The commission grew to 11 members, 3 from the governor, 2 by the president of the Senate, 2 by the Speaker of the House, 1 by the minority leader of the House, 1 by the minority leader of the Senate, and 2 by the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. This commission then rendered opinions and interpretation of the act and investigated complaints or violations of the act. The bill did many things, including restricting campaign contributions and expenditures for all state officials, candidates, political parties, and political committees. It established the requirement to have treasurers, either appointing your own or to have a committee that appoints one. It also established requirements for those treasurers, including the reports that they needed to file. And it made intentional violation of this act a Class A misdemeanor that could also subject a legislator or impeachable state officer to removal from office. Separately, the same year, a different bill gave the commission the responsibility to promulgate the rules and regulations to administer ethical conduct standards. Ethical conduct standards in the ethics law that did not receive the designation of being called the ethics law until 1998, but for the purposes of clarity, we will continue to refer to it as such. The 74 House Sub for Senate Bill 656 also created law regarding the disclosure of substantial financial interests. The same year, another bill additionally required the commission to promulgate rules and regulations under a separate, very less comprehensive conflict of interest law for local government officers and employees. This is the only circumstance where the commission's authority extends to the local governments. This is the cities of second and first class and school boards under a certain threshold of population that I don't remember off the top of my head. The following year, another bill cleaned up some technical matters in the act. This included adding definitions, deadlines, specifying some procedures under certain circumstances. And then in the same year, a separate bill made similar cleanup changes in ethics law. This bill also abolished the Governmental Ethics Commission as it was established, and then created an entirely new one with all of the exact same duties, except that the governor got to appoint 5 members of this commission, no more than 3 of which could be in the same party, and the Supreme Court, or the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, did not get to appoint any of them. This bill also required that the commission appoint an executive director and gave them the authority to employ staff and attorneys as they needed. The constitutionality of the Campaign Finance Act was challenged in State v. Kearns in 1981, and the Supreme Court found the act to be entirely unconstitutional because the enacting clause said, "Be it resolved by the legislature," instead of "Be it enacted by the legislature." So then the very next year, we have another bill to reestablish the Campaign Finance Act. This one abolished the Governmental Ethics Commission and in its place established the Kansas Public Disclosure Commission. This one was back down to 5 members: President of the Senate, the Speaker of the House, the Minority Leader of the Senate, the Minority Leader of the House, and the Governor all got to appoint one. All the duties and functions that the commission had were moved to the Kansas Public Disclosure Commission, including investigating and hearing of complaints. They also adjusted the language so that instead of the commission shall appoint an executive director, they may appoint an executive director. Many years later, in 1988, the 2 separate bills granted the Disclosure Commission the authority to request subpoenas and subpoenas duces tecum to investigate violations under the Act and then violations under ethics law. One bill did this in the Act and one bill gave them the authority under the ethics law. This application would go through an administrative judge of the District Court of Shawnee County. And it added the authority of the commission to assess civil fines for violations of the act at that time. Also, they could administer orders to cease and desist, bring on action to enjoin acts, prior practices, and enter into a consent decree. It also gave respondents the right to appeal an order of the commission. 2 years later, the commission was increased to 9 members, 2 by the governor, 1 by each the president of the Senate, the Speaker of the House, the Minority Leader of the House, the Minority Leader of the Senate, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, the Attorney General, and the Secretary of State. Yes, that was all of them. And it required the appointment of an executive director. This added restrictions as well to who could be appointed to the commission and on their activities while serving. So until this point, there were things you were not allowed to do as a member of the commission concurrently. You could not also hold a certain member of office or campaign. This bill is what said this is what you could not do before you became a member of the commission. That bill also established a separate entity, the Kansas Select Commission on Ethical Conduct, and assigned it the duties to study and review all the aspects of our governmental ethics laws, conflicts of interest, public disclosure, and campaign finance, to consider any additional laws that might be necessary, and then to study the preservation of our part-time citizen legislature. The final report of this separate entity was delivered in 1991 and describes in full detail the studies that they did and how they reached their conclusion. This included public hearings, a comparison of Kansas laws to model law from the Council of Governmental Ethics Laws, as well as a review of a significant number of articles relating to its assigned topics. Their recommendations were then reviewed by 3 subcommittees of the House Committee on Elections and were included in some part in the 1991 House Bill 2454. This bill is what changed it to then the Kansas Commission on Governmental Standards and Conduct. This was a pretty substantial overhaul of the Act ethics law as well as lobbying statutes. It gave it a new name, added additional eligibility for a commission member, and this is when the commission became a fee-funded agency. This removed the requirement of applying to the District Court of Shawnee for a subpoena, and instead required the commission to send a notice to someone who might be receiving a subpoena of the allegations against them, give them 30 days to respond, and then based on whatever happens after those 30 days, they take a vote on whether or not to issue a subpoena. This vote required a 3/4 members' approval in order to issue that subpoena. It is then in, another 7 or so years later, we return back to the original name of the Kansas Governmental Ethics Commission, require sponsor identification on certain campaign materials, other minor changes in the act, and then in 1998, Senate Bill 410, a separate bill, it amended the act and ethics laws regarding the subpoena powers. This removed that 30-day notification and instead required the commission to provide a written finding of fact and conclusions to any person subpoenaed by the commission in regards to an alleged violation of the act or ethics laws by that person. So this is when they receive the direct authority to issue the subpoena. And that then there have been updates and changes to the act in general since then, but no substantial changes to the commission itself until our 2023 House substitute for Senate Bill 208, which we heard about somewhat yesterday, and I believe we might be digging into later today. I can go more specifically into those provisions if you would like, Mr. Chair, or with that, I'm happy to stand for questions.
I think Revisor Long's going to go into detail on what we did and didn't get done. So, committee, are there any questions? So in your deep dive here, which is great, did you see anything about why the name changes? What were the considerations?
In some cases, yes, there was testimony available. Generally, the proponents of changing the name wanted it to be more reflective of what the commission did in practice. I can say it pains me greatly, Mr. Chair, that in the 1998 motion to change it back to the present name that it has, I have not yet found why it was changed. It was 2 lines in the minutes, and I am continuing to dig. If I do find any reason, I will be happy to provide that to you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right. Well, you've answered everybody's questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So committee, if we get into contribution limits right now, it's going to probably be an extended conversation. So I think what we'll do is we will break for lunch right now and reconvene at 12:45.
So we're in recess for lunch.
Get back to work here for our last afternoon here of discussion. The next thing on the schedule is overview of campaign contribution limits. And I don't have my presenters here, so, oh, or is that you? Okay, you're one of them, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I only have part of this, but campaign on contribution amounts. It's just a two-page memo that looks like this. Very briefly, the campaign contribution amounts that were established in 1981 in two categories, $3,000 for statewide office and $750 for the legislature. Various things have been added over the years. The amounts were reduced in 1980. No, that's not right. The current amounts were established in 1981 and have not been increased. The subsequent columns will show you some attempts at increasing those amounts, and there we go. I'm happy to answer questions if I can.
All right. Do we have anything that shows other states? Okay. I think we'll, so before that, is there any questions for Michelle? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. You should also have included in your packet for today, today, a document from NCSL. And that document has every state's, yes. With the NCSL logo on the top, it has every state's contribution limits. And if you have the PDF online, you can also click on their statutes. One note to make is that the Kansas line is incorrect. There, it says same as individual limits for PAC candidate contributions. And I believe the Governmental Ethics Commission has said that there are no limits for those in Kansas. And I'd be happy to answer any questions on that. But this lays it all out. This was updated May of this year, so it should be pretty current, I think.
Okay. So are there any questions for Ms. Roeder? So just, you've had a lot more time to look at this than we have. Where do we fall? Are we low? Are we high? Are we bottom half, top half?
I haven't done the exact math, but I think towards the bottom half. Some states that have similar limits in terms of like individual contributions are Colorado, Delaware, Kentucky, Maine, Massachusetts, and I think there was Montana and Rhode Island are some that are similar. And then there's also a group of, I think, like 5 states that have unlimited contributions across the board in these categories. As we mentioned yesterday, Nebraska is one of them, Alabama, Oregon, Utah, and Virginia are the other ones.
All right. Any questions for Ms. Rudder? Yes, Representative Neighbor.
I don't remember this from yesterday, but does Nebraska have an ethics commission?
They do have an ethics commission. I think it's called the Nebraska Public Disclosure and Accountability Commission. It's in the table in the memo about the ethics commissions.
Yeah.
I think, yeah.
Okay. Clarity. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Rudder? Right. Representative Underhill.
Do you have any information on how recently other states, like particularly, I think there's 8 now that are showing unlimited on this. Do you know when they might have went, or have they always been like that, or?
I'm not sure when they might have changed them. I can look into that for you for those states that do have unlimited contributions.
Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Elena, are there any of these states that are indexed to inflation that you're aware of?
I think so, but I'll have to double check on that. I can't be certain off the top of my head.
Okay. It looked like a couple had some kind of odd limitations, which looked like they might have been subject to inflation index, but I wasn't sure. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions for Ms. Rudder? Representative Berquist? No. Okay.
I have to keep from commenting. I just
No, that's what we're doing next. If there are no more questions for Ms. Rudder, I'll let her off the hot seat here. Any discussion, any thoughts on what we've heard over the last couple days on campaign limits, indexing, or anything else? Representative Neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think our limits are a little bit low when you look at, I mean, we're comparable with some states surrounding, but with the way inflation has been and the costs of printing and postage, Ruth Bader Ginsburg just raised our postage, so with her new stamp, I'm teasing. But anyway, I think there's room for movement there. But I do think we have to have caps on it. And I'm not as much in favor of indexing because we heard conversation about that you could round it up this morning and that it also brought in uneven amounts in other cases. And I'd like to stay away from that, not because it might not offer something, but we can always come back and look at this. And I think that makes indexing and bookkeeping just a little bit more difficult for the commission and I think the candidate and treasurer too. So,
Any other thoughts or discussion? Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah, I do think, the idea of indexing might be problematic because you would be changing it every couple of years, and it might be confusing to candidates to try to keep up with. With regard to how much we raise it, however, I think you couldn't necessarily use CPI because CPI doesn't necessarily give you a true picture of inflation. You'd have to go back to when we last made the adjustments and see. It could be a significant increase, I think, because of the inflationary effects and continued inflationary effects. So I think if we put limitations at all, I would think that those numbers need to go up significantly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chair. In regards to indexing and changing our limits, I think I, like probably everybody else on this committee, recognize that we need to make some adjustments here. It would be, I tend to agree a little bit with the former representative in some ways, and I think that perhaps instead of indexing directly, maybe just every 8 years or something like that. I personally don't have an objection to the Ethics Commission doing the work on something like this, but I think we don't want it to be changing every year makes it overly complicated, I think. And, I mean, I know we feel like we've had a few rough years when it comes to inflation, but generally it doesn't change that much per year. So, and that just makes more things for all of us to remember, you know, as far as changing campaign rules, you know, year by year or whatever. So I would say personally, I like the idea of doing it like every 8 years or so, just because most terms are 4 years or less. So it stays the same for at least a little bit. But I would like to throw out, just for the sake of discussion, what if we were to have the same cap for all races? So it's simple. So just for the simplicity's sake of donors, they don't have to remember, oh, this kind of race has this kind of cap, and this kind of race has that kind of cap. I think people are intelligent enough to realize that, you know, a state representative race is not as expensive as a governor's race and could adjust their donation appropriately.
You may have spurred conversation. Okay, so Representative Neighbor, and then Berquist, then Underhill.
That did make the hair raise a little bit and the ears go pointed, Spock. I guess I would like that difference, that split, to stay and not the same cap for everybody, because the costs of running a Senate campaign versus a House campaign is much, much different. You look at something maybe, and depending on the size of your district and where it is located, you can have anything, I've seen on reports, 20,000, but you can have it up to 100,000. And that's on the high end in a large district. Senate campaigns are much, much more expensive because they cover more area. And, you know, you're covering, is it 4 counties or sometimes more? So I think that line needs to stay in there. I think it's important also that we continue to meet and look at how these adjustments are working. Are they meeting the goals or the needs of people that are running? Is it also encouraging others, younger people, to run, given that leeway? Because we know it's very hard for young people. Well, there was one over here. He keeps coming and going. I'm teasing. But to take away from their jobs and stuff, unless they're in a business where their business says, yeah, we'd love to have you do that and stuff. So, and then I would also like to bring in, if we could, and ask if the Ethics Commission has any thoughts. I know they've said it's fine to raise it, it's fine to do whatever you want, but just to get a feel for what they've seen in their actions, their daily actions. Because, you know, when you look at each state, every state's different. Their needs are different, their demographics are different, and how they do elections are different. And not that we can't do some of those things, but I think we also have to tailor it to Kansas as much as we can. And then whether we reset it every 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, but stay abreast of that and get a report back on how this is working. Are there any setbacks? Are there any positives? And that sort of thing. So the next time that would come up, we would have guidance to set whatever. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. So before I go to the next comment, I was just handed this by our heroes in Kansas Legislative Research Division. The national medians for contribution limits across states. Governor's race, $4,240 campaign max contribution. State Senate, $2,250, and State House, $1,900. So we're well below the not that we care what other states are doing, but you make a great point, Representative. But those are the national medians. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. Representative Berquist.
Office close enough to to the chair that I sounded out a comment that I saw in the 1949 statute book. It was on my shelf, and it made reference to the contribution could be up to half of the amount of the first year's annual salary of the job you're running for, and that you could, if the salary was as low as $500 or less, that it could be as much as $50, and that was it. So we're talking about a completely different look at what it represents now, probably very well improved at this point. Another comment I wanted to make was that my understanding of the Ethics Commission is to ethically evaluate what state statute and what the legislature's policies are, rather than as much to evaluate what it should be, but to follow what we have provided for them and to carry that out to the best of their ability. And although they may have some good opinions and some observations, it's not. I don't think it's their purview to simply make recommendations for us on how we should do our business. Just my thought.
I've got Representative Underhill, Representative Hoskin, and then Senator Reichman, and then, okay, so Representative Underhill.
I think I'll be the odd one and go ahead and throw it out there. I'd like to see us start moving more towards an unlimited one, just because of the First Amendment right portion. Never would this body ever say you're only allowed to worship a certain number of times. So why are we limiting how I can speak with my money in a political campaign? So that's kind of where I'd like to see us go.
Okay. Representative Hoskin.
That's an interesting take. We heard from conferees yesterday that the limits placed on individual contributions tend to have to do with the appearance of a quid pro quo, and I think the committee needs to take a look at what does that look like in the state of Kansas. In the 2020 election cycle, the Kansas GOP sent out flyers intimating that was $500. Made a quid pro quo, and in that particular race, the limit was $1,000. So we kind of need to look at that and see where we might land on that. My second concern about unlimited or raising it too high is literally just raising the cost of a race. It is somewhat self-limiting with our House limits of 500 and the Senate of 1,000, and making sure that we just don't make these things even worse and more partisan and crazy than they seem to be at the time. Thank you.
Senator Reichman, sorry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just kind of wanted to comment over a couple other comments concerning how big the race is, whatever. I don't know how many other people are in the House and Senate both. I ran both. And right now, I have 7 counties. Somebody said it might be up as 4, but I'm sure we have another senator in there who has more than that. And as far as your Senate go, you know, you got 3 times the population, and so you do have a lot more. So I do see that. If I was in the House, I wouldn't see it. Okay, but when I'm in the Senate, I could see where. But from my experience, I haven't seen a lot of difference in the money that was coming in from the House or the Senate from the people anyway. And the people that give it, PACs or whatever, they understand how much they're supposed to give and whatever on there. The only reason I kind of liked indexing before I was kind of against it or whatever is that I didn't want us to keep on coming back and reissue it if we decided to do it. And that's the only advantage is now. I like you say every so many years we're going to bring it up in the bill or whatever. Of course, the next one can change it. I understand that. But I was just thinking that it just takes a lot of time to go on through there and for legislation and whatever. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Representative Neighbor.
One of the things that I know we all listen to are our constituents. And I think one of the issues that people have with government is the money. Where's it coming from? Where is it going? How much are you getting? Why do you need it? And I don't know that I can go with an unlimited amount, because that's going to take a lot of education on the part of our general public. We're not talking just businesses here. We're talking individuals that are contributors, small businesses and stuff, which I think is still business, but it's not corp. And I think we have to be respectful so that they know we are stewards of the money. It's not, you can raise as much as you want and have as much as you want. No, by the way, and it's not about free speech. But when somebody sees that you've got $200,000, $300,000 sitting in a campaign account and you have no competition, they look at that and go, what do you need it for? Now, you're the one that has to explain it. You can say, I'm using it for travel, to conventions and stuff, or I'm using it as, to support baseball team. It's whatever, because that is your free speech. But to build a campaign just for the sake of building a war chest, I think it is going to cause more question and more concern from the general everyday public person. And I don't care which party you're in. It doesn't matter. Because, when you look at the people that are struggling today, that have trouble paying their grocery bill or their prescription bill, and they're looking at somebody that doesn't have an opponent and has a war chest, how do you explain that? That's not free speech necessarily. Free speech is you being able to spend it like you want. That's your call. And you can still do it with the amount of money you have. And you can put it where you want. But I don't see not having unlimited money as free speech.
Okay, I'll let you jump in here. I was going to say something, but go ahead. Go ahead, Representative Underhill.
I don't disagree with either of you guys. And the free speech portion of it wasn't necessarily coming as me as a candidate, but me as an individual donating. I feel that I should have the right to support somebody, a candidate, however I want to support them. And I wholeheartedly agree with you. If I had a huge war chest, I'd have a lot of answering to do. But again, with every vote, I have a lot of answering to do. So that just kind of goes with the job. And I'm not necessarily saying do away with disclosures and that sort of thing. I'm just saying I should be able to use my money how I want to.
And I've heard a political campaign described as a business that spins itself into bankruptcy every 2 years, right? Because you want to leave it all in the field, So I would, not that my opinion's any more or less important than anybody else in here. I just want to share my thoughts. Somebody said, I believe it might have been Executive Director Skoglund, that the goal of our campaign finance laws shouldn't be some policy outcome or some political outcome. I disagree with that a little bit. Not that I hesitate to ever disagree with Executive Director Skoglund on anything, but I do have to disagree with that. And I understand why that's his perspective. He's an executive branch. He executes policy. But if you go, the higher the limits go, the more that we are increasing the volume of business, corporation, lobby, and very wealthy individuals, and the more we are diminishing the relative voice of, the folks in my district that, are really making a sacrifice when they give me that $20 or that $50. And so there is a policy outcome. I'm not saying, I'm not saying that you don't make a very valid point, that speech, and we're infringing on that speech by putting a limit on it. But you have to consider that. You have to, that is a reality, and I think that it's incumbent on us to consider that when we're debating this.
On the other hand, I think we heard one of the conferees say that the case law on this is that 400 is like such a severe restriction on speech that's been basically made the floor. You can't go lower than 400 or it's unconstitutional. So we were like that close to the floor. And I think what happened, I mean, I really appreciate all the history that we've got today because I'm an historian and I'm a geek and I like that stuff. But I would imagine that the reason that the bottom limit for a county commissioner race where you're running to represent a county of 1,500 people is the same as a state house race or a city of the first class race at $500 because they had to get them all above a constitutional floor. And so I think that there is definitely room to look at this and evaluate this. Now, I'm not a fan. I understand where people are at on indexing, and I won't like fight it tooth and nail, but I'm not a fan of automatic increases. And the reason is, and I may touch some nerves here, but I voted against the, this commission that's looking at legislator pay because I voted against that first because I think this is a public service and I don't think we should raise our pay. But also the mechanism is they're going to come out with a proposal and we have to affirmatively attack the proposal in order to stop it. Otherwise, it's just going to automatically be imposed as the new pay rate. And I think that we should never put automatic mechanisms for money into our, whether it's constituents and supporters money coming to us for our campaigns, to our campaigns, not to us, or it's our pay. I think that automatic mechanisms are sort of a, I don't know, and again, I apologize if I insult anybody, but I think it's kind of a cop-out. I think you should have to raise your hand and vote if you're going to raise these limits each time. And so that's where I'm at on it. But again, honorable people can disagree, but that's kind of where I'm at on it. You've got Senator Corzine and then Representative Howell.
One of the points I just want to kind of, bring the committee back to some of the testimony we heard yesterday, because I thought this was a really well explained by Professor Jeffrey Jackson, which is on the reason that limits on contributions are allowed is because, remember, it's really important, the distinction that courts have drawn, which is when you're contributing, your speech is to the candidate. And so you're able to make that speech to the candidate at, maybe at some, there's some reasonable limit. Obviously 400 is too low, but there's some reasonable limit that can be placed on that because your speech is to the candidate and you're still able to do that, whether it's 1,000, 1,500, 2,900, whatever we ultimately arrive at. So I just thought that was really important. And the reason that then expenditures are not limited is because that's your speech to the public at large, to the voting public. So I just think we need to have, when we talk about unlimited and limiting speech, I think that's, I get the persuasive argument of it, but that's different than I think how courts have looked at it and the justification behind that. So I just wanted to raise that. And then I'm hoping we can have some discussion about some of the other really good points that I think there is a lot of consensus around. I mean, I think there is less consensus, my sense is, around changes around disclosure. I mean, I'm open to that discussion, but I think we do have a lot of bipartisan consensus around issues of needing to clarify ambiguous parts of the statute. I think there's some consensus around raising the limits to some reasonable amounts. So I think we should also, hopefully have some good discussion about not just the limits and indexing, but also I think there's a lot of consensus around one of the objectives that I think you mentioned that was correct is how do we take things that are vague and clarify them so everybody, going back to that sports analogy, we can all have clear rules, and hope we can get to that discussion as well.
And we've got I think that's our next conversation here. We're going to dive into what we did and didn't get done and on campaign finance or ethics reform, and we'll definitely hit that because I think that's important to have that conversation. Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chair. Just while we're thinking about all this, I'd just also like to point out that depending on the population of counties, greatly affects, for example, county commission races, county-wide races, for example, that can be substantially larger than either the House or the Senate. For example, as a representative, I only represent 1/4 of the constituents that my husband, as a Citrus County Commissioner, represents, but our spending caps are identical. So he represents 105,000 constituents as 1/5 of the board, whereas I only represent 24,000. So just, this all trickles down, so.
Yeah, and it goes, we got 4 representatives representing my county, but then there are also counties that are 1,500 people or 1,400 people, and so maybe there's some kind of proportional calculation there, I don't know. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. One of the intangibles that hasn't been discussed, and is not population or anything else, is whether or not you're in a targeted race. If you happen to live in a targeted district, your expenses are going to be astronomically higher than others, because a lot of out-of-state money comes in against you, and you can get outspent 3, 4, 5 times to 1. And so if we don't consider raising the limits high enough, then those targeted districts, for those who are, relying on the grassroots support to go against that out-of-state money, makes it much, much more difficult. So that's something we have to consider as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to squeeze in here. That was one of the things that I was thinking about yesterday, and I don't know if there's a way to do it constitutionally, but there's a difference between out-of-state money and in-state money, and I don't. That probably is. I'm probably wading into a constitutional minefield with that thought, but I think that's absolutely a great point. Senator Bowers.
Used to be representative. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, thank you. So, you're speaking to a senator who has second largest district right now, and it'll be tied for the largest district next go around. So a lot of my funds are spent on mileage. And so I certainly agree with that. I was really interested thank you, girls, for preparing the medium range that the House is as high as 1,900 in other states and 2,250 for the Senate. That's very unique, I thought, where they're about one is double than the other. So upping the limits is fine. I do want to limit, though. And I do like the idea of a review every 8 years with the terms. And at that time, perhaps we can chat about the goals, and are we meeting our goals at that time as well? So then I agree with everything that we spoke about. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Neighbor.
We've talked about a lot of the in the weeds, and I say in the weeds because differences in population one county to another. If you make the rules too in the weeds, then when a county changes, you're starting to have to get into changing those rules again too, and I think that makes it hard for the person or the people that are running to know, do I fit in Group A or Group B or Group C? And I think it makes it difficult just in the whole process, not just the ethics. But so I think we have to be careful about when we're defining things, that we say all reps, this is your cap, because things change today to tomorrow. And if there's a redistrict in there and we haven't done anything, then you've got a whole nother set. So I just don't want us to be too tight, but yet tight enough and have those boundaries there that it's all inclusive, but it doesn't drive us insane.
And, the other thing I thought of when the Vice Chairman was speaking is we already key size of counties to whether you have an elections commissioner or not. So maybe it's if you're running a race and part of your district is one of those counties, it's a different rule than if you're running in one of the other counties for county commissioner races and city races. But yeah.
The only question I would ask is if that is just county commission, or if it's Senate, because you've got multiple counties, then you've got multiple rules. So that's why I say you have to have it broad enough and narrow enough at the same time. So don't cut yourself off at the knees trying to define one county to another, because they're all different.
And I mean, we all represent roughly the same number of people, whereas a county commissioner, might be the representative's husband who's got 150,000, or it might be,
Come to Johnson County.
Yeah, yeah. Representative Berquist?
Yes. Just going back to the representative's presentation of unlimited. Unlimited gets rid of a lot of bureaucracy, and unlimited gives a lot of freedom. And then you're not microscoping. Now you're just looking at the value of the candidate, the value of the position. What is that value to the individual community? If it's a community of 1,400 people in a county, it may just be that valuable and that impactful. In a Johnson County or a Sedgwick County, it may be huge. And the influences are, to me, are so much more diverse and greater amount of impact from independent, from unknown sources, from out of state and all these other things, that then you can evaluate your own situation, and so can your supporters and your opponents evaluate it according to that. I think it's a very good discussion to be had, and that is the unlimited. Thank you.
Senator Corzine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to make a point, not that I'm necessarily opposed to the indexing idea, but I do think that there's also a way to do it where you would just require the legislature, just like we do with redistricting. For example, every 10 years we come together, we look at the new data, and we draw new maps based off that new data. The indexing would be kind of one legislature at one point in time setting in stone in perpetuity that there's going to be these automatic increases at whatever increments we decide at that one point in time. It seems like a little bit more of allowing the people to weigh in if we require that that future legislatures take a look at this issue, and it may be painful. The process may be, excruciating at times, but it would at least allow the people at future points through their elected officials to take a look and say, what do we think about these limits? Maybe they do need to be increased. Maybe they don't. Maybe they think the legislature at one point overcorrected and the limits were too large and they should actually be increased. So I would kind of be a little bit more on the side of continuing to allow future legislatures, maybe every decade or so, maybe kind of along with redistricting, that we allow the people through their elected officials to weigh in on what the limits ought to be versus us putting in stone, hey, every 8 years they're going to increase by 5% for the rest of time type thing. So that would be kind of my thought.
Representative Poskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick clarification, if we can, from research. Business contributions are not tax deductible or not business expenses. Is that correct? When they contribute to campaigns?
Yeah, so that for the people at home
so.
watching
I
on
just wanted to make sure.
YouTube, Mr. Josh and I from the cheap seat said, no, you can't deduct political contributions. I thought that was the case, but I'm not an accountant.
I did as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other? All right. Well, this has been great discussion. I hesitate to ask this, but Senator Corzine raised the possibility that there might be a consensus for our recommendations that we feel that we do need to look at increasing. Do we have a consensus on that? Anybody object to putting that in our findings? General? Yeah, just generally. No specific recommendation, just that besides we do feel we need to increase donation limits. Okay, by north-south head nods and no objection, we will include that in the final report. Thank you for that. All right, so our next item
is a review of House substitute for Senate Bill 208 and substitute for House Bill 2391. I'll welcome Revisor Long to the podium.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Jason Long with Office of Revisor Statutes. You were handed out a memo yesterday from our office providing a summary of House Substitute for Senate Bill 208, which was the bill that enacted certain changes with respect to the Governmental Ethics Commission and its practices in Kansas. Also, as part of that memo is a very brief summary of the provisions of another piece of legislation that was introduced last session, House Bill 2391. For those of you who are on the House Elections Committee may recall, House Bill 2391 was introduced and certain provisions from 2391 were picked up and put into 208, which was passed and enacted into the law. I will cover at the end of my presentation those provisions of 2391 that were not picked up, that were left so to speak, on the table in the committee and not included as part of Senate Bill 208. But to get into 208 first, to let you know what was passed and became law. First,
Revisor
yes.
Long, could you wait just a second? So has everybody found what he's working off of here? It's this big, long... Okay, no. So this is part of it too, right? Okay, okay. All right, I apologize. Please continue.
So the first thing 208 did was create a new statute that's now been codified at 25-4119H, governing actions that are taken by the Ethics Commission. And under this new statute, all actions of the Ethics Commission are subject to the Administrative Procedure Act, the Code of Civil Procedure, the Judicial Review Act, and to the extent any action is filed in the district court, that would constitute a claim for purposes of the Public Speech Protection Act. So it clarifies and specifies those due process, procedural, statutory schemes are applicable to actions that are subject to the jurisdiction of the Ethics Commission. That statute also imposed a 5-year statute of limitations for bringing actions before the Commission for violations of the campaign finance laws. Further, the Commission cannot require a respondent to waive their civil or other legal rights to judicial review as part of any order or other action by the Commission, so there's no bargaining with respect to a respondent's civil or legal rights. And then finally, it directed the Commission to adopt new rules and regulations concerning the recusal of its own members or staff of the Commission if there is a conflict or the appearance of impropriety in an action that's brought before the Commission. There was a brief definition term added under the bill. The definition of agent was added to the statutes. This primarily comes into play with respect to new provisions allowing contribution monies to be used to pay fines and penalties that are imposed on an agent of a candidate. Going to page 2 of the memo, the bill did enact a new scheme for registering political committees with the Commission. It set new contribution limits for the different tiers of those political committees and what the registration fee would be. The highest being those receiving in excess of 15,000 contributions would pay a $750 registration fee, down to the lowest level, which would be contributions of $2,500 or less, and a $50 registration fee. The bill amended 25-4153A regarding contributions for candidates for legislative seats and state offices. Generally, there's a prohibition on solicitations and making contributions by registered lobbyists and political committees and organizations during the legislative session. There was a safe harbor enacted under 208 to avoid unintentional violation of that solicitation prohibition. So as long as when a mailers are sent out, there's a disclaimer that's intended for individuals only, the individual is sent to, it doesn't violate that solicitation prohibition. So a good safe harbor with a disclaimer there. The bill then amended the statute that governs what campaign contributions can be expended for to increase that. It includes now expenses, compensation, and gifts for volunteers, employees, and contractors of a political candidate's campaign, payment of civil fines imposed by the commission for actions taken by the candidate, their committee, their treasurer, or other agent, and then payment of legal expenses related to an investigation or action brought under the campaign finance laws. There were a number of statutes amended with regard to the commission's subpoena power. First, there's a change that in any action to issue a subpoena or proceed with a hearing on a complaint, the vote of the commission members was dropped from a 3/4 of the commission vote to only 2/3 of the commission to proceed with that action or subpoena issuance. Probably the most significant piece of the policy change that was discussed the most last session was requiring the commission to apply to the Shawnee County District Court for an order to serve a subpoena that the commission wanted to issue in the midst of its investigation. They would also have to send a copy of the written findings of fact and conclusions of law relating to the alleged violation and the persons under investigation to the person who's being served that subpoena. The person being served cannot be unduly burdened, including unreasonable expenses to comply. They have a right to seek legal counsel if they want to proceed with any motion to quash the subpoena. And this information must be included regarding the recipient's rights along with the subpoena when it's issued to the individual. The other piece that went along with this was the option for a respondent to request administrative hearing before an administrative law judge instead of before the full commission. There's instructions that this also applies to pre-hearing procedures, and that if the hearing is requested, then that hearing is before an administrative law judge, and the commission must make its final determination based on that hearing. It cannot conduct a separate hearing on the matter. Finally, there were other provisions added that any attorney or employee of the commission who's representing a complainant before the commission cannot advise or assist the commission on the matter to avoid the appearance of a conflict there. And then the final set of amendments made under 208 concerning the penalties that are imposed by the commission for violations of the law. As long as pecuniary gain is not involved, the fine amount cannot exceed 3 times the fine amount for a single violation, so you can't have this accumulated violation effect. If pecuniary gain is involved, if there was some financial gain to the violator, then the fine amount cannot exceed twice the amount of that gain. Additionally, the commission cannot order community service or other specific performance as an alternative to payment of a fine. They can also not agree to provide immunity from liability in exchange for cooperation and investigation unless they can provide full immunity of both civil or criminal liability in that agreement. That roughly covers Senate Bill 208's contents. If you'd like, Mr. Chairman, I can take any questions at this time before I proceed.
Are there any questions for the revisor before we wade into the stuff that we didn't enact? Yeah, Mr. Vice Chairman.
1 or 2 questions here, Jason. What was the discussion surrounding the loosening of the subpoena power from 3/4 to 2/3? Were they having trouble issuing subpoenas?
I don't recall the precise discussion around dropping that approval. It was part of the legislation going through the process. I don't recall it being
there was a
highly debated point.
For our Senate colleagues that weren't hearing this as it went along, when this bill first arrived, there was some great consternation from some parties on the bill as a whole. And so a lot of this winnowing away that we're going to talk about next was part of negotiations between our committee, the Governor's Chief of Staff, and the Governmental Ethics Commission, and the compromise reached in exchange, if you will, for the subpoenas having to be filed in the Shawnee Court was that we lowered the threshold from 3/4 to 2/3 for the commission to vote to go do that. So that was kind of a compromise that we reached.
Okay. And one other quick question. With regard to the pecuniary gain, seems like if pecuniary gain is involved, the fine can exceed twice. But if there's no pecuniary gain, the fine cannot exceed. Seems like the fine without pecuniary gain is higher.
No, if there's no financial gain to the offender, then there's a fine amount that's set by the commission, and their total fine amount for a violation can exceed 3 times what the violation would be for just a single violation. If there's like multiple violations, they're limited to only 3 times the amount of a single violation of the law. For financial gain, their financial gain could be considerably more than what the fine amount would normally be, in which case the amount that they could be penalized can exceed twice what their financial gain would be. It's a way of limiting a different type of penalty based on the type of violation.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it.
And this is probably as good opportunity as any to say that I misspoke earlier today when I said that we removed the fee funding from the commission. What I intended to say was we removed the fine funding. They used to that used to go to their budget, whatever they fined, and now it goes to the general fund. But the compromise that we reached was this fee structure for PACs, increasing the fees to file as a PAC to replace that money that may have come from fines before. So just wanted to clear my conscience on that point. So all right. Any other questions for the reviser before we go into the measures that we removed? Okay, seeing none, please continue.
Okay. Moving on to page 4 of the memo, you'll see a list of bullet-pointed items, and these are the policy provisions that were not included in Senate Bill 208. Some of these simply represent an alternative policy to what was ultimately enacted in Senate Bill 208. Some of them are just policies as a whole were left out of that bill. So the first one we see at the top of page 4 is the statute of limitations. 2391 had proposed a more limited 2-year statute of limitations on bringing actions before the commission. Obviously, as I just explained, Senate Bill 208 enacted a 5-year limit on those actions. There was a provision under 2391 that would have limited the liability for individuals who are acting on behalf of others, that they must be acting as an agent for that other individual entity to be held liable in the Campaign Finance Act. That language was not picked up in the enacted bill. The bill would have amended 25-4119A to require that the executive director of the commission have the same qualifications to hold office as the commission members themselves. Coupled with that was an amendment to 4119D, which amended the qualifications for commission members to allow them to have recently held state office, been a state officer, or been involved in state contracting. It also would have included a definition of partisan political office to exclude offices and positions in political parties or affiliated organizations. So it would have opened up, I believe, the qualifications for membership of the commission, and tied to that would have been the qualifications for executive director under this piece of legislation. The bill did, as has been discussed today, offer up a change in the definition of a political committee. One was to expressly provide that the two individuals, if it's only two in the committee, cannot be married to one another. But I think more significantly for this committee would only include entities that spend more than $2,500 on express advocacy during a calendar year and have the major purpose of contributing to candidates, candidate committees, and political committees. So there's that definitional language that has been brought up before you all earlier today. It also would have expressly included political action committees, separate segregated funds that were referenced earlier, and independent expenditure only political committees. So a change in the definition there was proposed, but again, that was not picked up in 208. The next bullet point, you'll see basically the bill offered up a different version of that tiered registration system for political committees for how much they received, triggering what amount of registration fees. You can see there it was lower contribution amounts, lower registration fees than what ultimately got enacted as part of 208. The next bill, I will point out that 208 directed that civil fines generally are to be credited to the state general fund rather than to the governmental ethics fee fund. However, there is a statute 25-4152 was not amended as part of 208, and that deals with fines for reporting violations. And so since that is a more specific statute still on the books, fines for those particular reporting violations are still directed to the commission's fee fund, not to the state general fund. But that would have been a change. That was proposed to change the state general fund under 2391 along with the enacted change, but it didn't get picked up in the bill that was enacted. So there is still there's a bit of a dichotomy there under state law right now as to one set of fines goes to the fee fund, one set of funds goes to the state general fund. There was a change to 25-4153B proposed that would have amended to prohibit members and candidates of legislative offices from holding the office of treasurer of a political committee. Then there was also a change, as has been somewhat discussed under 25-4154, to change the definition of contribution in the name of another. And so that is proposing the language that you all have seen earlier today to clarify what that means to contribute in the name of another and kind of specify what that violation would more precisely be under this proposal. There was an amendment under the statute that expanded the allowable expenditures for campaign contributions. There was an amendment under 2391 to also allow expenditures for family caregiving services. You also probably saw this as House Bill 2297. It was Senate Bill 63 over on the Senate side. That did not get Neither of those bills were passed, and that provision was not picked up in 208, but there was this provision to allow candidates and office holders to expend campaign funds for family caregiving services. This is an expansion, by the way, of what is currently permitted with respect to child care services. This would expand it to all family caregiving services. So that includes elderly parents and et cetera that may need care while you're operating your campaign. Then there was an amendment that would have prohibited the commission from providing immunity in exchange for an individual providing evidence of violations committed by other individuals. Again, one of those plea agreement sort of prohibitions that was not picked up specifically in 208. And then finally, 2391 had a provision that any appeal of a commission decision to a district court would be reviewed by that court under a trial de novo, which basically means they would take it on first instance and not necessarily give any deference back to the commission's determination and their final decision. That provision was not enacted into law. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions on those proposals that were presented to your committee last session, but were not enacted.
Right. Are there any questions for the reviser? Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Question regarding express advocacy on constitutional amendments. Are there any limits there?
I don't believe we have. I'm trying to think.
I think there was a separate bill that we had. I think it may have been 2166. I can't remember if it was 2166 or if it was that it? That extended the authority of the Ethics Commission to also, basically extended all the express advocacy laws to constitutional questions, because right now they're not covered by disclosure rules or any of that.
That's my recall. I'm going to, phone a friend to my left here, if I may, that might be able to clarify that question.
Thank you very much. Yes, great question. So constitutional amendment advocacy, there's really only one provision of the Campaign Finance Act that talks about it. And if you're an organization that does constitutional amendment activity, pro or against, and you raise funds specifically for that purpose, then you fill out a report about that. But in terms of other disclosures, that's what it is. That's what's there. Now, there are two express advocacy statutes, one under our law, under the Campaign Finance Act, and one that's not. The one under the Campaign Finance Act is only about candidates. It only addresses, if you're not doing advocacy for or against candidates, it's not covered under the Campaign Finance Act. There is a separate statute that handles local questions submitted at an election, things like that. But that statute is not technically in our jurisdiction, and that one hasn't been updated since text messages were nickel a pop. So,
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but so the other statute that covers constitutional amendments, they're not required to have an attribution statement in Kansas law right now.
I don't believe so. 252407 is the statute that addresses basically other advocacy outside of our jurisdiction. That covers second and third class cities and questions submitted at a local election. I don't believe it covers constitutional amendments, but it's been a little bit since I've looked at the nuances of that language, since it's not under our jurisdiction.
I believe that Ms. Jillian Block has something she'd like to add.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Jillian Black with Legislative Research. If you have a little time and you want to look at the memo on corrupt political advertising, it explores the nuances here in a bit more detail, which we have on the agenda for later. And if we may or may not get to it, but I would be happy to have a conversation with you about this afterwards.
Thank you. I think that Mr. Nye also had something he wanted to say about corrupt.
Because we all found out something brand new at the most expensive constitutional amendment campaign in Kansas history was in 2022. And the one thing to think about from a constitutional standpoint is that what is happening is the people are sitting as a super legislature. So there are different First Amendment concerns potentially on the corrupt political advertising type things that may be protected, because what's happening there is not the election of or defeat of an individual candidate, but whether this particular law should be passed. And that may have implications for what you can do as the government to limit that speech, because they're opining on the Constitution.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the revisor? So I have a question. Did 208 or 2391 in any way impact our definition of coordination between PACs and candidates?
No, I don't think either bill addressed that statute or any definitions related to that statute.
Okay, and so we've had a lot of discussion here today about what statute says and what the FEC's version of it is. Could you speak to that?
Sure, and I can get more information out to the committee when I have a little bit more time. But the FEC does have, even right on their website, has a really good explainer of the three-step process that they go through in analyzing whether or not coordination has happened. And it's pretty detailed, but could be distinctly picked up and put into state statute if that's the legislature's desire. Our current statute is very bare bones in terms of coordination and what is prohibited. It's not real clear. I guess I should say it's not as clear and as easily analyzed as it would be under FEC's, scheme that they've put in place by their rules and regs. But again, I can get you more details on show you the comparison of the two a little bit later.
Representative Underhill.
Just for clarification, it looks like we had the definition for coordination in 2391, and then it got removed with 208.
Aha. Yeah. It's on the second page over here is the proposed language.
Okay,
Yeah. It's section 425. Oh, that's a different spreadsheet.
Oh, it is.
Here, I'll just let you look.
This is section 3 of 2391.
Okay.
I've got
But that was
I've
not
got the
No.
introduced version.
That it's section 4.
Okay.
Executive Director Skoglund, do you mind speaking to your concerns with that specific change that we were trying to make?
Okay. Was that in a in-between version?
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Chairman, again, Mark Skoglund. To respond to the question, there were a lot of versions of 2391 that I think that's part of what the underlying confusion here is. The issue of the final version before it was taken out, before it was we moved into H sub for 208, the language that was in the bill referenced federal statutes and said, we'll do what the federal statutes say, but it did not bring that language in. So if the feds change their statute, then it would change our rules without us having any input into that, which doesn't really work. Kansas shouldn't just do what they do every single time because they've made the change. So I think there were still some late game issues with some of the specific language. I think most everyone at the time, and people can correct me if I'm wrong, I think people were pretty favorable to the underlying issue. It was a drafting concern about how to specifically go about doing that. But it was pulled out because of that.
So before you take off here, so in what I've got here in front of me, it said it was defined in terms of express advocacy communication. Was that an issue?
No, it was
Okay.
not for us.
Okay, and so I think what I hear you saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but because we're going to have to wade through this next session. You would be in favor of adapting the FEC standard for the definition of coordination to Kansas statute?
I would, yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions?
And if I may just.
Yeah, please.
Quick comment legally, we discourage doing just straight references to federal law, as that raises questions of making an unlawful, unconstitutional delegation. Just as the Director explained, then it's the federal government changing state law rather than the state legislature changing state law. And so generally we advise you, if you like those regulations, you like that, we'll just put it in as it is into the state statute, and then any changes would have to be considered by the state legislature and would not take immediate effect.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Are there any other questions for the revisor? Representative Underhill.
It looks like most of the definitions were taken out. Was that for some of those same reasons? Because we also took out definitions for total program spending, primary purpose, political committee. So was that a language issue that we just eliminated the definitions?
Yeah, so a number of those definitions were tied to a key definition, such as the one for what is a political committee, the change in that definition. Since that was tied to total spending, the bill would then define what was total spending. Well, if it was negotiated to not redefine political committee in terms of total spending, then we no longer needed the definition of total spending. So a number of those definitions were further definitions based on terms used in the key policy definition of changing the definition of, like, say, political committee. So at the end of the day, after all the negotiations, the only definition that really needed to stay in was agent because of that.
Any other questions before I badger him further? Okay, so on contributions in the name of the other, can you at all characterize the difference between what got left on the cutting room floor and what went in? Did anything go in 208?
Let me look at that provision real quick here. I've got it. So the statute that was, the two statutes that were amended for contribution in the name of another were not, do not appear to have been amended in 208. And so I don't think that definition, I think both those amendments were seeking to more better define what it meant to be contribution in the name of another, and those statutes simply were not, those amendments were not picked up in 208. So I think they were wholesale left out for consideration at a later time.
Sorry to make you keep getting up. Do you mind speaking to your opinion on what was trying to be done there and how we might do it better?
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity again. So giving in the name of another, like the revisor said, was left out of 208. There's really two kind of approaches, I think, that we can talk about. In 2391, the approach was to make it legal to pass things through other entities as long as you're disclosing it, and it's not illegal to do so if you're just trying to exceed contribution limits at a destination. So it allowed basically over contributions through straw donors. My recommendation in my testimony actually attached an appendix from the federal rules, not to say that the federal rules are always right, but on these two issues of coordination and giving in the name of another, I think it's a good reference. The one change I would make to the federal rules is I would remove the help or assist language, but it's in the PDF that I provided just because I didn't want to just start redlining the federal statute on my own. But in general, I think that my goal is to provide better clarity about giving in the name of another and what that means, what that looks like on the ground. The approach in 2391 was to make it legal, essentially. So two different kind of ways of handling it. And that's part of why I recommended not using 2391 as a starting point when we get to session.
So if we were to strengthen the coordination statute in a way that you agreed, met the threshold, would that fix this? I mean, if I'm given money, I've maxed out, I don't want to name a candidate because anybody I name is going to make people mad. If I max out, Governor Jones, and then I give to the party and the party writes a check, as long as I didn't tell them, I'd really like this to go to Governor Jones' reelection campaign, I'm fine.
You are correct.
Okay, so fixing coordination.
To be clear, coordination, I know it's a commonly confused semantic thing in my mind since I deal with campaign finance every single day. Coordination is, PACs and candidates working together.
Okay.
Giving in the name of another has a really long and obnoxious name, but that's really all we call it. But yes, creating that kind of clarity to ensure that these situations, if there's no suggestion to provide it to a subsequent location. The FEC clarification basically says if you have directed it to go to another entity and then it goes to that entity, that's a violation. That would be a problem. And there are ways to make that very, very clear, but it's been tested quite a bit at the federal level.
So bearing with me and exhibiting your legendary patience, if Governor Jones tells that contributor who's maxed out, you can't give me any more money, give it to the party, has he engaged in some kind of collusion that would run him afoul of that definition?
No. The only issue would be if the donor, when giving it to a party or PAC or something, provided some direction or some sort of direction that this is money that is for this other candidate, and then it is then provided to that candidate. That would be, it's earmarking. The federal definitions that I include provide a lot of context. They actually even give a couple of examples, which I think is interesting. So yes, if that happens, that would be problematic. It's a violation. But if you are not doing that, then it's entirely fine. People just happen to do this all the time where they say they've maxed out to the candidate, go give to, if you want to give more, go give more to this other entity. And they do, but they don't suggest who it goes to or what they should do with that. And that's fine. That's legal.
Thank you. And Mr. Nye was shaking his head vigorously as I was trying to wade through legal speak. So please.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with coordination. That's separate. The issue is earmarking, and you brought that up at the end of the day. Do you want to regulate the idea that of suggesting where it goes, A to B to C, and then the question is, what can B do to say, look, I can't do that? How can B absolve themselves and still take the money? Because if you regulate the mere power of suggestion, you're catching a lot more speech. You're catching a lot more. The whole political fundraising network is built on trust. So if I give it to what I know as a pro-Kelly or a pro-Schmidt PAC, I have a general idea of how it's going to be spent. And if I say, make sure this is spent in this way, the question is, what does that receiver do to say, I can't violate the law? So I think the whole thing that you guys are going to need to wrestle with, and we're wrestling with, is the idea of earmarking. Does there need to be a meeting of the minds if someone says something stupid on the front end? And what does B do or C do to say, well, I still want the money, but look, I'm going to spend it any way I can, because you had an example yesterday where, at least in the fact pattern, A gave to B to give to C, and that's under investigation, but B spent 80% of it on something else. So there's those types of policy questions. I think you need to decide exactly what you want to regulate, and then tell us what the rules are, and we'll all abide by them.
Okay, thank you. Representative Howell.
Thank you, Chair. If I could, I would actually like to ask Director Skoglund, if that would be all right. So currently, the way things are written, and I should specify applied by the commission. If you, for example, if let's just say the candidate, we'll just use $500. So if the candidate cap is $500, and I have, as a donor, have donated that max to a particular candidate, and then I go to my county party and I donate $500, and then my county party donates $500 to the candidate. Okay, so you're with me. Okay, so the amount of money all lines up. It could imply that this was a donation in the name of another.
The conduct you have outlined in your question is legal, provided that there was no earmarking or suggestion that it go to a particular candidate.
So my question is the dollar amount lining up when you look at reports as a county commissioner? Is that a red flag to you that you would go looking and digging, trying to find further evidence?
Not often. No, that's not really something that, I mean, there are things that happen on campaign finance reports that do give rise to some questions. Typically, we'll make some calls and say, can you just tell me what happened with this? This looks like this. Is this true? If we have a large-scale investigation into some conduct, it's not typically because of something like that shows up on a campaign finance report. It's because of something else that we've been apprised of.
So if you, to Mr. Nye's point, if you were to be if we were going to be more explicit on what constitutes coordinate or earmarking, do you have any place you'd suggest we look to? I like that definition. That's a really good definition. We should use that.
Sure. So again, that's what I'm trying to provide with the federal definition that they include. The whole point of that definition is to exactly define what that means and what it looks like. I know that there was one point last year when there was a legal way that it would legalize in 2391 earmarks. We haven't gotten there, sorry, to pass through a party if it wasn't contractually restricted, and I think everyone understands no one's going to contractually restrict an earmark, so that would never happen that way. But the way the federal government does it is it's suggested. I think Josh and I have had a good discussion on this, and I think that this is a good point, that if, let's say, someone does approach a party committee or something and makes a poor statement, like here's my donation, I want this to go to this candidate. There needs to be a way that the party or the intermediary can walk that back, and so that there's still something there. The way that I know that it's handled in other contexts, and perhaps this is something that I haven't reached out to the FEC to ask them, but I can't imagine they would view this as a violation. There's no reason the intermediary entity can't turn around and say, we will not accept your contribution with that earmark. Are you still going to make that contribution? And if they do, then they can do what they want. The earmark is gone. There's an argument that that might still be a tainted contribution, but we haven't explored that, and it seems pretty clear then. You have accepted a contribution without an earmark at that point. So then if they go give it to that candidate, they can do that at that point. The suggestion was removed. At least that would be how we would look at it. But we're talking through what that looks like on the ground. But that seems like a pretty good way to make sure that no intermediary entity can get caught from basically someone saying something dumb on the front end.
Any other questions? Representative Howe.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. It seems to me it would be just as effective to say, thank you so much for your donation. Kansas law does not allow this. So, but, for example, if it's a county party, you could say, but obviously we are going to focus our dollars on local elections, within the county or whatever, a statement of that sort. Just clarifying what the law is and that we abide by the law should be enough, it seems like to me.
Yes, I think that there's basically, if something like this is adopted, where we're providing specifics like the federal definitions on giving in the name of another, if something like that's adopted, usually what happens in the subsequent years is the commission will issue some formal opinions or maybe even regulations that say these things are ways you walk that back. If this scenario occurs, this is how you cure it. And that might very well be a very good way to do it, is just say, that's not, we reject your earmark, we're going to keep your money, but we're going to reject your earmark. The federal government, in their definition, is very clear. If A gives to B and says, this is money for C, and then B doesn't spend that on C, that's legal. They can ignore the earmark and keep the money, or there's other ways you can walk it back and still get the money to C somehow. But the issue is that it can't be earmarked, can't have that suggestion on the front end to say, I'm routing this money through this intermediary entity. That just can't happen.
You didn't say this, so this isn't direct to you, but I think what we heard over and over again over the last 2 days is that wherever we can, we should try to make legislative intent clear so that we're not putting the onus on the commission to clean up what we screwed up. So it would be my druthers, if we're going to wade into this legal question, that we put in the statute how you walk it back, your safe harbor for still taking the money if somebody says something stupid. That would be my druthers, that we put it right into law so that you don't continue to get pilloried for the decisions that you have to make because we didn't give you clear guidance.
And as a representative of the commission, I would like that guidance as well.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Stop taking my microphone.
Okay, committee, so I guess I'd open it up to discussion on these points. I'd love to hear your thoughts on, is this something we should wade into? How would you prefer we waded into it next session? Any thoughts? Senator Corzine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have specific language, but I do think we want to word it in a way that we're still generally prohibiting straw donations. And so that would just be kind of my big picture, kind of where I would look at it. I think we want to provide additional clarity. That's objective number one. And the policy point is to still outlaw, what are clear straw person donations, because you may as well not have campaign finance limits at all if you're just going to allow straw donations. So those would be kind of my two pillars, but I think there's probably a lot of good exact language that we could get to, but that'd be kind of from a principal's perspective how I would look at it.
Any other thoughts? Mr. Vice Chairman.
Yeah, and get back to that constitutional amendment, express advocacy, I think that needs to be addressed somehow. That's something I would like to see.
I think we're going to have time to do a review of that, just based on what the clock says right now, where Mickey's hand is. But I absolutely agree with you. I think the challenge is, you know, if I'm an interested party with the money, the wherewithal, and the determination to set up a PAC that's focused on the governor's race, that's legal, right? And if people who have maxed out the governor, and I don't mean this governor, I mean any governor here, this is a nonpartisan comment. If I've maxed out the governor, my natural inclination would be to then go to that PAC and write if, you know, I know who the chairperson is, I know who the treasurer is, I know which governor they support, I'm going to go write a check. And I know that the money's going to go to that, even though we didn't have a conversation. And I just don't know how you cure that. I don't know how it's possible to prevent that from happening in statute.
Well, I would say we allow that currently, and I don't think anybody's trying to prevent that, right? I mean, I think that's conduct that's currently allowed. I mean, you can donate to a PAC supporting a gubernatorial candidate, and I haven't heard anybody outline that. I'm certainly not suggesting that we outlaw that for sure.
Okay, well, I guess it's just an issue for my brain then, but no, you're right. I mean, it's legal. And
when I say straw donations, I just want to clarify. I mean, kind of where I'm at in my head, so folks are clear, and I don't mean for people trying to read my mind. What I mean is, you know, I've donated the maximum amount to gubernatorial candidate X. I can't then go to my buddy and say, hey, buddy, I'm going to give you $2,000 and I want you to write a check to gubernatorial candidate X. That's a straw donation, right? Because that's really me donating through my buddy to circumvent campaign finance law. That, I think we should try to prohibit that kind of conduct. That's a direct straw donation. Me donating to a PAC who supports a candidate I support, that's legal now, and I think it should remain legal.
You know, the example that some of the conferees brought yesterday was the example of where instead of a PAC, it's the political party. And that gets challenging. Representative Poskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think just adding on to Senator Corson's comments that it's more the earmarking when it comes to the, you know, it's perfectly legal to donate to a candidate and then to a PAC, but you can't tell that PAC. I think you support Governor Jones, and I'm going to make sure you give every penny of this to Governor Jones. I think that's the demarcation line there.
You have something, Senator Blasey? Okay. So any other comments on this donations in the name of another here? Mr. Vice Chairman?
I guess we're talking of essentially difference too with regard to this earmarking with the case at hand right now, where you have vertical integration versus much more spread out integration, where you have vertical integration with regard to one treasurer handling 2 or 3 or 4 different funds. Do we need to consider making a more clear paper trail rather than that treasurer just deciding arbitrarily, not having to really account to anyone how those funds are apportioned? I don't know. That's maybe, you know, some clarity needs to be handled there. I'm not sure.
Any other thoughts? So before we leave this and go to these bills, the kind of the next section, any final thoughts on the question of coordination and what we might want to do in statute? Representative Berquist.
That coordination, the straw voter where it's a one-person to one-person thing. That's maybe a little easier to understand, but if a group, whether it's a PAC or whether it's a party or however it's divided out, if they gather and they, in any way, meet and say, we will take care of this within the PAC, this problem, and if it's identified as a problem as a certain candidate, or if it's identified as a certain, certain race, then I think you have the same straw voter issue on a great scale. If it becomes policy within a body, and somebody is unfortunate enough to have had somebody record it during that meeting, then everybody's in trouble. I mean, at least the people that are responsible financially. So I think that's the only thing we can look at besides that direct straw voter issue one-on-one, is that we don't that if I give money to somebody within an organization within my party, and I have any expectations, or if the organization has any expectations that I know exactly where it's going, then I shouldn't be doing it. And I think we still have to work on building trust, but we have to have a framework that expects that trustworthiness and has some sort of penalty if it's not followed. That's all I have.
Great point. Any other comments? So again, I back to the discussion of coordination on a PAC, or between a PAC and a candidate. I'm reluctant to ever ask this, but do we have a consensus here in the committee that we at least want to do something next year to strengthen that definition based on everything that we heard? Clarify? Yeah. Okay. Any objections to me adding that as a recommendation in the final report? And I won't be specific about what we're going to do. I'll just say we need to clarify the statute to prevent people from running afoul of it accidentally. So, okay, thank you for that.
Sir?
Yes, Representative Underhill.
We might consider just making that, review most definitions in this law pertaining to those, because just looking at it, we had that one, but that affected several others, so we might need to just address several of the definitions in this bill.
Okay. Yeah, I'm reluctant to be too vague because then I got people jumping ship on the report. So do we want to, as a committee, say that we want to also take a look at clarifying giving in the name of another, which is the other issue we talked about? Any objections to making that a recommendation in the report? Okay. It's bipartisanship breaking out all over. It's beautiful. I can hear the birds chirping outside. Okay. I know, yeah. Say with the commission on board. It's a glorious day. Okay. So any other comments on this topic before we move to the legislation from last year? Okay. So the next topic of conversation, we have a review and discussion of express advocacy laws, which I'm also intensely interested in getting to today. So I'll begin with Ms. Jillian Block.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I am Jillian Block with Legislative Research. The memo I'll be speaking from is the one with our lovely letterhead, and it's dated August 15th, if that's helpful to find it, titled Corrupt Political Advertising. And I'll give a second for the shuffle. Okay, thank you. So on the first page of that memo, you'll see an overview of the definition of express advocacy, which for the sake of time, I will not dig into, as we've already had many conversations around that. So then when we discuss corrupt political advertising, there are two separate statutes that discuss it, as the executive director said. The first one is the one within the Campaign Finance Act. That one is the purview of the Governmental Ethics Commission. The second one is the statute under election crimes. So within the Campaign Finance Act, corrupt political advertising is to mean certain communications or causing of communications that contain express advocacy for a candidate for state or local office. this without including a statement explicitly stating the name of the sponsor or sponsoring organization, etc. So the emphasis I want to put there for clarity is that it is a express advocacy for a candidate. And then the communications that are included would be publishing in a newspaper or other periodical, broadcasting by any radio or television station, telephoning, including but not limited to any device using voice over internet protocol or a wireless telephone, and publishing a brochure, file, or other political flyer or other political fact sheet when the cost of such exceeds an aggregate amount of greater than $2,500. If you take a look at those footnotes, there you'll find 2 Governmental Ethics Commission opinions, one of which says that text messages are part of telephoning, and so in their opinion, if you are texting express advocacy for a candidate, it is subject to this statute. The second is where they outline what a brochure, flyer, or other political fact sheet could mean. Additionally, making a website, email, or other type of internet communication is also included, but there are extra carve-outs on this. The prohibition on corrupt political advertising applies to these internet communications when they are made by the candidate, their committee, a political committee, or a party committee, and are viewed or disseminated to at least 25 individuals. And then there's a further restriction on telephone and internet communications and do not apply to any made on social media providers with a character limit of 280 characters or fewer, which you might recognize as the limit for a website formerly known as Twitter. The Act also defines these as a Class C misdemeanor. So then under a separate statute for election crimes, these are a little broader. They are similar to the definition in the Act that they are still certain communications or causing of communications that contain advocacy without disclosing the sponsor of it. But this is different because there are some for express and advocacy of a candidate, but then there is also trying to influence the vote on an issue, including questions on the ballot. So or any question on the ballot. So a proposition to amend the Kansas Constitution to authorize the issuance of bonds or any other question submitted at an election. So the prohibition for an election crime and is not the purview of the Governmental Ethics Commission include publishing in a newspaper or other periodical any paid matter containing express advocacy for a candidate, broadcasting by radio or television express advocacy for a candidate, publishing in a newspaper or other periodical containing issue advocacy, broadcasting by any radio or television television station with issue advocacy, or publishing any brochure, flyer, or other political fact sheet containing issue advocacy. And these are also Class C misdemeanors. And then we did have some bills that were introduced last year that went to varying states of the process. House Bill 2161 would have made these 2 definitions identical. They would have been the same. It would have added telephoning to the election crimes, and it would have added the clearly identified candidate, among some other things. This bill did pass out of the Committee on House Elections, but it was stricken by the calendar by Rule 1507. And then there's 2206. You're welcome to read that. I won't go too far into it. This one had a hearing and remains in House elections for the 24 session. And then finally, House Bill 2207 has, again, similar provisions for the same statute and did not receive a hearing and is still in House elections for the 24 session. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
So on page 2 here, I think that's where I got the number 2,000 from. 2,500 is has to be greater than that to fall under this law. Is that 2,500 just for the published materials, or is it for newspaper, radio, television, telephoning, or brochures, flyers, and other political fact sheets?
If I understand it correctly, it is for just the publication of any of these things. I believe the director can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so if I'm doing text, that doesn't count in that limit. It's any amount. Yeah, please.
Thank you. So that provision about brochures, flyers, or political fact sheets say basically if you're an individual, so you're not a candidate, you're not a party, you're not a PAC, then you only have to say who's distributing these if you're spending over $2,500 in the aggregate on the election. So if you're spending over $2,500 in express advocacy, and that I think a calendar year, I think is actually how it's defined, then you have to put your paid for on it. But if you're printing a letter that you're sending to your neighbor saying, hey, I hope you vote for this candidate, I like them a lot, you're not going to spend $2,500 on that unless you found the most expensive paper in history. So that does not require paid for attribution. No one's going to get in trouble with an election crime for something like that. But that's something that you would see.
So isn't that a de facto PAC threshold? I mean, if I'm doing a bunch of grassroots stuff and I don't spend $2,500, then this thing says I don't even have to mention who I am.
Right. So PAC thresholds are obviously a little different when we're talking about what a PAC is versus who just has to say who's behind something. A PAC threshold means we're talking about registration, you're filing reports. Saying who's behind a particular mailing is pretty straightforward. The idea here is if you're a PAC, even if you spend only $100 on a particular mailing, it doesn't matter what else you've spent. You have to put your paid for on there, say who's behind it. But if you're just a neighbor and unless you're spending a ton of money, you're not going to get into the campaign finance universe unless you know, because you've spent $2,500 distributing these flyers or whatever else you're spending on issue advocacy. At that point, you have to at least say who's behind an ad. But even then, you're not talking about becoming a PAC because you're an individual. Individuals aren't PACs. You have to be 2 or more people.
If 2 or more people cooperate on this, they've become a PAC,
It's
even
possible.
if it's under $2,500.
It's possible. They would have to have a major purpose to advocate, which if you're spending $2,500 on an election and you're a couple people, you probably have a major purpose, depending on other activity and the current 6 factors that we've talked about in reg that I think everyone is on board with, finding other ways to go about defining a PAC. The one that we've talked about, for example, for thresholds, I mean, once you've spent over a particular threshold, wherever that is, then you would register as a PAC. Here, to be clear, we're only talking about putting your this message is paid for by this entity. That's really all we're talking about with this statute, corrupt political advertising, which is an aggressive title for the statute, but it is what it is.
Right. Any other questions?
Representative Underhill.
Director, you and research seem to possibly have a little bit different vision on this. Is this one of those that we need to clarify so you're not having to make a judgment call, or is this the corrupt political advertising pretty clear on how we're operating right now?
Express advocacy, which is really what we're talking about here, is when you have corrupt political advertising is when you have express advocacy, you have to put paid fors on things, though 252407 with a local statute about issue ads is actually a little broader than express advocacy. For our purpose, our statute that handles when you have to put a paid for on an item, I hate calling it corrupt political advertising because it's such a, it sounds so much more aggressive. The Campaign Finance Act portion that for us is very straightforward because if you're not using express advocacy, you do not have to put a paid for on an item ever. If you do have express advocacy, and express advocacy is pretty clear, even with the only reasonable interpretation test, it's very clear, then you have to disclose who's behind it. If it's a paid news or magazine advertisement, if it's a paid telephonic ad, like we've talked about. I don't think I disagree with anything that
I don't want you to go into, I was just making sure that this wasn't something that we were vague on and we were putting it on you to make a judgment call and something that we needed to address. That was really what I was asking. So
I'm sorry to go much broader than that. No, this isn't a vague statute. It probably is one that there's good reason to update or consider updating, especially the statute that's not in our jurisdiction, that hasn't been updated since 95, I want to say, around then, 252407. But again, that's the one that's not in our jurisdiction anyway. So we'll tell you we think it's old and that it's out of date maybe a little bit, but it's not our jurisdiction.
Any other questions on this? So what I want to restate what you said, Jillian. So what this bill would have done is it would have lined up the issue advocacy statute with, in terms of definitions and such, it would have lined it up with what we already have for candidates.
This is still on? Yes, it is. It's green. The full supplemental note will have all the details, and the bill would as well. If I remember correctly, it amended both of them to make them parallel. Perhaps identical is too strong of a word, but I do see our revisor grabbing his microphone.
Please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jason Long with the Revisor's Office. If we're referring to House Bill 2166, that bill was a proposal to make the general corrupt political advertising statute, which is just a general election crime law that applies to candidates who aren't covered necessarily by the campaign finance law, match up in terms of the elements with the campaign finance law. So those who are covered by the campaign finance law would be subject to the same attribution requirements as those who are not covered by the campaign finance law. That was the intent behind 2166.
So the idea being those golden words or whatever they keep using are going to be the same for both, and the kind of exemptions and requirements are going to be the same for both.
That's correct. When you have to put paid for
Okay.
or sponsored by on your communication would be the same in both instances.
And that sort of, Mr. Vice Chairman, that sort of gets to what you were talking about, wanting to make sure that constitutional amendments are
Yes,
under the same.
I would think so.
And to that extent, that is a separate issue when you talk about issue advocacy, and you would want to address that by adding additional language when it comes down to like constitutional amendment advocacy. That I don't believe that was covered by 2166, and so that would be additional language that you would probably want to include in 2166 if you want to address that issue.
We did have a bill on that, though, last year, didn't we? What was the bill number for bringing constitutional amendments? Was that 2066? Yeah, please rescue us, Director Skoglund.
Need to clear your throat a little louder next time.
Sorry. Okay, so it's a little complicated, and it's because our statute, the one, the Campaign Finance Act, deals with candidates under the Campaign Finance Act. The other statute, 252407, has two parts, and it's really complicated why they have two parts, but essentially there's a part that deals with candidates that aren't under a jurisdiction and issue ads. The issue ads section, Jason and I talked a little bit ago, and I was wrong. It actually does include, it's been a while we've dealt with the statute, it does actually include constitutional ballot advocacy, but it's pretty limited to only a few kinds of communication. Don't worry about that. So what 2166 did is it actually updated both sections of it, the part that dealt with candidates not under a jurisdiction and issue ads, which includes, and by issue ads, I don't mean the type of issue ads we've been talking about. I mean things about local ballot issues, but it also includes explicitly advocacy about constitutional amendments that are on the ballot. So that is included in that, and 2166 did update that, so all of the same requirements that apply to our candidates at the campaign finance level, where that's under our jurisdiction, apply to second-class and third-class cities, and it applies to the same kind of advocacy that you're talking about for local ballot issues and constitutional ballot activity. But it's complicated and a little messy, especially if it's not a statute you deal with very often. That's part of why there's some confusion, but 2166 did address that, the concern that you've talked about a couple of times.
And I think while you're still there, please, I remember earlier in this last 2 days, somebody mentioned that we might be getting into trouble on issue ads, with constitutional questions that you don't have necessarily with candidates. That this covers paid material, right? So if they're not paying for the material, if a church stands up and says, vote yes on value them both, or vote no on value them both, then that's not paid for, so it's not in any way covered by the statute?
A couple things that I want to make sure to respond because I want to cover the whole scope of the question. Typically, when we talk about issue ads, this is really my fault for using this phrase. When we talk about issue ads, we usually mean in a candidacy, ads that don't say vote for or against someone. It's this candidate voted to increase or decrease your taxes. Remember this. That kind of thing is an issue ad. It's not electoral. So there's no express advocacy in it. Here, we're talking about, there's a section of 25-2407 that deals with those. It says that it's any communication that's attempting to influence someone's vote at a local election. That's not the language we use in the Campaign Finance Act, but that's how it's handled there because it's not about candidates. It's about issues. It's about the actual questions submitted. So in terms of the second part of the question here about whether there's other issues about this particular kind of speech, it's not our jurisdiction, so we haven't dealt with it very directly. We tell people this is the statute to go look at. But it's more than just paid messaging. So in the current Campaign Finance Act, as well as in other instances, if it's not, there's the first three sections of that statute. So newspapers, telephonic communications, and the third one that I'm now blanking on for a second. Those three they have to be paid communications for you to have a paid for attribution on them. The fourth is distributing flyers, brochures, or political fact sheets that unless you're an individual, you don't have to have spent money on them. If you're a candidate, PAC, party, it doesn't matter how much you spent or if you got them for free, you have to say who's behind it. And the last one is internet communications. If you, even if it's free, if you've distributed it to over 25 people, you have to have a paid for attribution on it, as long as you are a PAC, party, or candidate. That doesn't apply to individuals. At all, actually, for electronic communication. So most instances, the answer is yes, it has to be paid to have a paid for, but not in all instances. And that's mostly specific to brochures, flyers, political fact sheets, and electronic communication that typically come from parties, PACs, and candidates.
I'm just trying to figure out how, like if a church puts on their Facebook page, get out and, August 2nd's the vote for value them both, go vote yes on value them both. How are they not running afoul of this?
Sure. So 2166, assuming that they copy the same language from our act, the church is not a PAC, party, or political fact sheet, so it's an electronic communication that's not done by a party, PAC, or candidate. Therefore, they don't need a paid for attribution on it.
Okay. That's if we adopt 2166, but right now, the issue ad doesn't have a $2,500 threshold.
Right now, it's not covered at all. Electronic communication isn't covered. Telephonic communication isn't covered. There's a lot that's just not in 2407. 2407 has 5 sections. The first 2 address second and third class cities, basically candidates outside of our jurisdiction. The next 3, 4, and 5 are currently about basically these local ballot issues. The current campaign finance statute that they're copying essentially has 5 sections because there's 5 styles of communication. So 2166 copies those 5 for candidates, and then it copies those 5 for issue ads. So I think it actually has 10 sections, if I remember correctly.
Okay,
and Jason's nodding, so
not,
I always
not just
feel
your
good.
patience, but your ability to recall the statute's pretty amazing too. So, any other questions, Representative Poskin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want some clarification, yes, please, on phone banking. If we're bringing telephonics in, and I've got volunteers who are calling voters in my district, and clearly we're expressly advocating for me, is this going to affect that type of activity? Or are they going to have to say, and my call today is paid for by Poskin for Kansas, Judith Edmond, Treasurer?
Telephonic communication requires that it be paid. So it has, if it's just volunteers sitting down with the script that you wrote up, that is not a paid matter. It doesn't ever require paid for. Pushed robocalls, however, which typically are paid, have to have the paid for attribution appear at the beginning of the message. This is a little interesting on text messages because if you have text banking, you've got a bunch of volunteers sitting around sending text that you don't need a paid for. But if you've paid someone to do a text blast, you do, and it has to be at the beginning.
Okay. Thank you so much for that clarification.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. So I'd kind of throw it up to the will of the committee or what are your thoughts on any of these? Is this something, do you have any observations, comments, something you'd like to pursue, something you would not like to pursue, anything at all? Representative Underhill.
Well, I think that we learned this morning that we need to maybe look at the key words and the definition of express advocacy to make sure that we're clearer and equipping the commission better.
Okay. Yeah, and it's, it's kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because if you've got this very clear list of words that's easy to dance around, but if you go too broad, then you've got the problem that we've heard about, it's an eye of the beholder, whether it's the reasonable person standard, reasonable people can disagree.
Well, yesterday we talked about possibly seeing or picking up what the FEC, how they use. That way we have something that's been tested with the Supreme Court. That way we're not putting Kansas out there.
Revisor Long, I think that those words come out, like all those list of words, that's out of the FEC or out of the federal statute, right? Or regulation?
It's from a court case, a footnote of a court case that indicated those would be express advocacy like phrases, and so that's what's been borrowed.
Well, doesn't the FEC have, I forget what the test was called, where you can look at it and reasonably assume that this is for or against somebody?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I seem to recall there was some testimony regarding the FEC's test on express advocacy. We could certainly go back and review that to see what that test is. And I'm pretty sure it's different from what was proposed in one of the bills last year. There was a proposal to do like a reasonable person type of standard in one of the bills last year that was introduced. The FEC standard, I believe, is different from that, and we can certainly look at that.
Okay. Any other thoughts on any of this? Okay. So I had at the end of this committee hearing just kind of an open discussion. We've had a lot of the open discussion already. That was kind of by design, that we would review them topically while the topics are still fresh in our heads. Is there anything that anybody would like to address that either we haven't talked about or we talked about earlier and we didn't really have a discussion about it? Mr. Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One thing, and again, I wasn't part of the discussion because it was on the House side, but any discussion regarding allowing campaigns to give to other campaigns as long as there's disclosure. Don't know if that was ever part of a discussion or not.
We've not taken it up in the House. I'll tell you, from my foxhole, as long as it's disclosed and it's within the contribution limits. Now it gets a little bit iffy if I'm as an individual giving to you and then my campaign's giving to you. Now I've given you $1,000 instead of $500 or $2,000 for you lucky guys in the Senate. But then the other thing is this idea, I don't understand why some elected officials can have PACs and other elected officials can't have PACs. And that might get at the same thing. I don't know, but I know why, because it's illegal, but I don't know why it's illegal, for the Speaker of the House or, regular, whoever representative to start a PAC, but it's okay for the governor to start a PAC. And that's not picking on this governor. That's just what the statute says. Any governor can do that. I don't know why, if we're co-equal branches of government, why does one branch government have this extra political power that this branch doesn't have? So I'm not sure about that. But any other thoughts? Legislation we might take up? Representative Underhill.
Yeah, I had another one just from all of this. I'd like us to look at the disclosure minimum. I think that $20 in 1991 is safe to say that that's $100 in 2023. So I'd like, us to consider that or look into that as well.
I'll tell you, if nothing else, I want to raise it from $20 or more to more than $20 because it's so dumb that somebody can't put a $20 bill in a jar, but they can put $19.99 in a jar. That's just dumb. So if nothing else, I want to add that 1 penny, but definitely something to look at. Representative Howell.
I personally like the idea of having further discussion, at least, about the idea of removing party donation limits. I don't see, as long as it's public information, why does it, if someone chooses to do it through the party versus to a PAC, I can't imagine a constituent caring. I just don't see the purpose of that. So maybe I'm just not thinking of something obvious, but I think it's worthy of discussion.
Representative Berquist.
For clarification to the representative, you mean contributions from the individual to the party or the party to an individual? You mean towards the party? Okay, thank you.
And then I think the question is, county party versus RHCC versus, the state party. That's an interesting question that I had not heard raised before.
I personally was thinking of, I personally don't see a real significant difference, can't say the word today, difference between your county party versus your state party. I don't see why those need separate rules. So as far as our donation cap, and so that's kind of where my thought process was going, was from an individual to any recognized state party or county party.
I could conceivably see the appearance of a quid pro quo if an unlimited donation is made to one of the, the House or Senate campaign committees, because it's going, but the reason I raise that is because right now there's no distinction in statute between, they're all just party committees. And so if we were gonna do something like that, I would want, and Representative Avery Anderson is gonna kill me for saying this, but I would want limits there, because there is perhaps the appearance that some mega donor is purchasing some legislative action by giving a big donation to one of the party committees in the legislative party committees, but that's my initial thought. Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, kind of piggybacking on my comments yesterday, how the legislature historically has always reserved for itself how to regulate elections and campaign finance, and so detailed to the point of how many feet you can put a sign. I think we need to put in there that anytime there's a policy interpretation that's always viewed, that we always try to view it in the least restrictive way on speech. I think after hearing today's comments and yesterday's comments and the many examples across our nation that we've heard about just everyday people trying to get involved in the process and just ensuring that we're not penalizing people and just everyday Americans who want to voice their opinion on something, I just think we probably should establish in law that we should always seek the least restrictive speech, anytime there's a question, the commission should always seek to find the least restrictive speech. If that made any sense.
And I second that. I think that was a great point. Putting that in statute is clear guidance that, to the public, or clear communication to the public that we want you involved in the process, and you're going to get the benefit of the doubt when there's a question of are you or aren't you. But, Representative Neighbor.
I just want to thank you for your acknowledgement.
welcome.
That could be personal.
I've gotten through this entire committee and not put an S on the end of your name, this entire committee. I would like a recognition
That
of that.
is an accomplishment. I think you are the first person that has done that, and you are a young chairman. So I've had it from people I've worked with for a long time, and it's kind of like, God forbid that there's more than one of me. That's what my husband says.
So Senator Reichman and then Representative Underhill.
Thank you very much, and I really have enjoyed the discussion, and as we talk about different issues and different viewpoints and whatever, it made me think back, picking back what Senator Blasey said. A long time ago when I was in the House Judiciary, we passed a bill. It doesn't matter what bill it was. But a judge said, well, the intent of the bill was this. And it changed what we had. And it wasn't our intent. It was never a discussion or anything like that. And it just burned me up, you know. And so I do think it's important that we do clarify what our intent is. And it's not an easy thing to do. And so it's a big challenge because what we mentioned here many times before, we're dealing with a lot of different rights here. And we all want to try to figure out what's the best way to go. And it never is necessarily a best way, but it's a good way as we go towards that, final product. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Underhill.
I just had one thing to add on the structure of the Ethics Commission. Right now we have 2-year terms. It looks like the majority of the states have a 4-year term. I personally prefer a little bit longer term. I think it adds some expertise and some experience to the board, whereas, you know, every 2 years it takes a little bit to get your feet under you, so I don't know that you can do that and be an expert that quick.
That's a great point. Senator Blasey.
And actually going back to Representative Howe's comment about party caps, you know, maybe something we look at is during primaries they're capped, but during general elections on party contributions they're not during the general. Just maybe something to explore.
Okay. Yeah, and you know the mechanics of that ends up being that there's, you know, because the pre-primary is a year and a half or a year and several months, and then there's this like brief period when money's just showering down because, you know, you're in that window between the primary and the, so yeah, we'd have to think through that, but that's a great point. Representative Berquist.
Just in closing, I would like to say how much I appreciate this much time allowed for a committee discussion, as we have an hour and a half, and during the time, and you just got out of one meeting, you're getting ready for something else, and we didn't have any distractions, and it makes a whole lot of difference when you're able to dedicate your block of time to nothing but. So thanks for your leadership.
Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And a couple things that's that's all right. We don't get to work together that much. You're doing a nice job as chair. I appreciate the conversation here and that we're not angry with each other. I think that's really important, and that we bring in the director on his opinion, his buy-in. That's really important to me as we problem solve what we have that we all see as a problem. So I appreciate that. And I really would like to see us keep these recommendations separate from each other and not one big giant bill, because we've watched that happen with lots of topics on the bill that tanks it. So it's complicated to us. It's certainly going to be complicated as we explain it. So if we can do it 1 or 2 at a time, but I prefer one issue at a time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we have touched on it throughout the 2 days. I'd like to hear people's opinion on addressing definition of a PAC in this major purpose question. Is there a consensus that we at least want to do something to clarify that without defining what that is right now? Is there any objection to adding that as one of our recommendations? Okay, seeing none, we'll add that. Are there any other comments, questions, issues you'd like to talk about?
It's, as it gets closer to 3, people get more quiet, so.
Brain dead, probably.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, you know, as we navigated this question of ethics reform last year, I was as unhappy as some of my fellow committee members were with the rancor that it caused up front. And I think that it made it take longer, and I think that it maybe made it harder to deliberate. You know, there was a lot of, I don't know, name calling is too strong a word, but there's a lot of characterization of motives, especially in the press, you know, trying to get out from under this or, you know, make this crime legal or whatever. And I really, really appreciate the legislative leadership giving us the opportunity to do this. Because this allows us to hear from all sides without, without that rancor. I appreciate the civility and the great questions and the great thought from everybody on this committee over the last 2 days. We got to exactly what I was hoping we'd get to, which is we are limiting a fundamental right. Speech is enshrined in the First Amendment of our Constitution. So is free assembly is enshrined in our Constitution, equal protection under the law. And when we are regulating a fundamental right, we should tread very, very carefully. And I appreciate that we heard that over and over again, but I appreciate that everybody here on the committee holds that as dear as I do. And that was, it was really uplifting to me to hear that. And so with that, I'd like to again just thank the heroic efforts of the staff in putting this together. And I'd like to thank the members of the committee for your time, your attentiveness, and your comments. And now I'll recognize Elena for what I've forgotten to do.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually just wanted to clarify the committee's recommendations to make sure that we accurately reflect them in the committee report. So recommendation, the first one was to consider increasing contribution limits. And then there are 3 definitions to consider clarifying in statute: the term coordination, the term contribution in the name of another or giving in the name of another, and then the definition of a political committee and the major purpose test that's associated with that. Are those the recommendations?
Committee, does that reflect everybody's sentiments? Okay, I think you nailed it. All right. Any other closing comments or questions or conversation? Representative Neighbor.
I think one of the things that we set the tone for as a legislative body is how the people see us doing our job with respect, with civility, sharing ideas, compromise. And we've made that effort in the last 2 days. So often what the press prints is what they see. And they have that right to interpret it that way when we cancel meetings, when we tell people we're not going to listen to them anymore and you're not part of the discussion. We set that tone. We didn't set that tone yesterday or today. We shared ideas. That is something that's our responsibility to do. We are the role models. And if we don't act as we want others to act or to write about us, it ain't going to happen. It's kind of like my kids. When I tell them they're wrong and they're wrong, it's kind of like, huh? What? You know the rules. This is not acceptable. And yet sometimes we bend those rules because we're mad at what somebody says or somebody does. This is a tough job, and I was on school board for over 21 years. This is much harder than school board. Most people would say school board's harder. We have 125 different points of view in the House. And then there's the Senate that just shows up, you know, which totals 165 total. But we need to have the people in mind, not just one issue. Speech is important. We all feel like we have the right to speak. But you also learned yesterday, put it in perspective, put it in a context. Look at what the big picture comes from that. And sometimes we lose sight of the big picture and the unintended consequences. Freedom is definitely a right, but we can't abuse it either. And we have had people abuse it in the last several years just through anger. We don't want to be angry. I leave you with, this has been a positive experience. Let's keep it, let's use it, and replay it. Let's be role models.
Thank you. Any other closing comments? Yes, Ms. Rudder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more question about the committee recommendations. There was brief discussion about maybe suggesting that these recommendations be considered in separate bills. Do you want that included in the committee report, or is that just?
I would object.
Okay.
This consensus, I object, because you just don't know. We got 90 days, and sometimes, you know, I commit to the House committee, you know, if we are the ones that take up these bills or initiate these bills, we will consider them separately, but I can't guarantee at the end that they're not going to end up in one committee report, because we just get so jammed at the end. And I don't like it any more than anybody else, but we only get 90 days, and that's the cost. The cost of only being up here 90 days, being a part-time legislature, being citizen legislators, is that sometimes we got to cram a bunch of stuff in a committee report at the end.
I could also say, I think debating these one at a time is good. Get a consensus on that. Yeah. Then they're bundled in a bill. That's the way I sure see.
That's how, I mean, I'll have to talk with the vice chair here about how we're going to divide up labor. We have a little more time because we only do elections and campaign finance. Over in the Senate side, you guys got that jammed in with a whole bunch of other topics. So that's why we usually get more time. But
Yeah, and obviously, we're going to coordinate on that. I think that's going to be important because the House has already had the deliberation. The Senate hasn't really had the time to dive into this at all. We've been watching from afar. And so that's why there were a lot of questions, I think, over the last couple of days. So we got our arms around what exactly was talked about in the House. And obviously, I think that this is an extremely important issue that we want to advance and get something done in 2024. So you and I can discuss that division of labor and see, you know, what makes sense to make the two chambers work together the best way possible. All right.
All right. Any other questions, comments, concerns, discussion? Okay. Well, then with that, we stand adjourned.